Alright. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. So today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Last time we were doing speed runs of the game, just the any percent run. Today I thought we'd do something a bit different. We are going to be doing a no elemental attacks run. So I'll go for what that is just as we go through the intro. I think we should just get a run started so that we can see what's going on and just start getting through that long sequence. So we'll just start the run in 3, 2, 1. Slightly mistimed it, but it doesn't matter. So we are doing a no elements run. What that means, we're not going to be able to use any elemental attacks at any stage in the game. So that includes water, elemental attack, fire, earth, and air, the regular special attacks. Then it also includes all the magic attacks our minions can learn, including the healing spells, and all of the seals that Levant can use to use magic damage. So that's going to prevent us from doing the Kikinax strategy that's used in the any percent run, as well as the Shulia strat used in the any percent run. And all the bosses can be much harder. Elemental attacks are what the run relies on in order to kill the bosses quickly by doing double damage to their respective bosses. So Arpatron does double damage to Taurus, and Mardrek does double damage to Delphinel. We aren't going to have any of that. We aren't going to have any advantage with regards to that. The only advantage we are allowed is that our minions can be an element that's going to help us. Oh, did I... mashing X a little bit too long. But we aren't going to be trying to go too fast. We're just going to see if the run is possible. Can you beat this game without using any elemental attacks, without any elemental advantage? So, we're not going to go too fast for this. This is going to be significantly longer for a single run. I always feel I need to not talk over the game's spoken dialogue.
His son is still so young. Too young to become a true master. Run away, will you?
Yes, for a bit of added flavour, I also thought that what we'd do is we would kill every boss in the game. So, just so you know that you wouldn't have to... You don't have to do the speedrun strats to win the game this way, is what I'd like to think we can try. Though I say have to, we are probably almost certainly going to be abusing a number of glitches. Some of those glitches that I'm thinking of using may be PAL exclusive. Certainly not all of them. The wrong warp obviously isn't. I don't want to say too much about what those are in case you don't, in case you as a viewer aren't familiar with what they are. So you'll see what that is like, or what those glitches look like, what they do for us. But yeah, the objective is to not use any elemental attacks. So all our minions are going to be very weak comparatively. Elemental attacks do higher base damage as well than the regular attack. They do 1.2 times damage in comparison to the regular attacks 1 times. And I believe that's true for every special attack except no elemental special attack, which does 1 times. However, we can abuse some properties of minions for no elemental attack, special attack to do 10% more damage. And we are going to use that to try and make it possible for us to win. It's also worth noting that some bosses, I believe, take reduced damage from regular attacks, but special attacks always do full damage. So that may be relevant. We're still, of course, going to be skipping through this intro sequence as fast as we can. Just because there's no gameplay here, really, in terms of a difference between runs. There's no advantage to going slow or doing anything different at this stage. We only want to start doing things differently once we get to the barrier gate. So let us cry out in our sleep. And let's get the village attacked. Well, it's not like we're responsible for it, but... well, we triggered the event, so maybe we are responsible for it. Maybe that is our fault. Just gonna have to wait for this sequence. There's nothing we can do here. No inputs required. The locusts in this game remind me of little biplanes. That's what I see every time I look at them. I just think loads of little purple white and purple biplanes. I think they're supposed to look more like dragonflies. Or, well, I suppose locusts as well. I just like locusts. Very large locusts considering the scale you can see there. I'm not sure what the delivery method of the sleep poison is for these locusts. I don't know if they're supposed to have been biting people, or if they just spray a mist on them which kills them. I don't know. Oh, sorry, kills them, puts them to sleep. Not sure. It's not really explained. They just say that they attacked. It's sort of like the Fire Nation attacking thing. They don't really explain necessarily how they attacked, just that they did. Just skip through this as usual. Yeah, so some minions have increased special attack damage, which, as just a property of their stance, or posture, I believe, is referred to as the community, which is just sort of the base appearance of the minion. And our Patron, our beginner minion, is one of those minions that has that hidden property. So our Patron's going to be very useful to us. We aren't only going to be using our Patron, we will, in standard convention, also use Mardreg, but we will use a third minion as well. I think they give us, that combination gives us the best shot. There is a reason they're picked for the any percent run, and their stats is very much so part of it. I wouldn't want to try to do this run with, you know, like an Asher or something, as they have terrible attack and we don't have access to any magic. So there is no point in us using a minion that's magically oriented. It also makes Patimels worse, obviously. They have magic, but we can't use it. There's only one non-elemental spell in the game, and it is used by the Wind Boss minion, which I still can't remember the name of. No, it starts with SK, I think. Or certainly S. It's like a skeletal snake thing. And Kashidra, which is non-elemental heal. Even though Kashidra can only use it while Kashidra's in the water element, which would make you think it's, you know, the standard water heal spell. The Wind Boss is obviously air. And is not casting blue elemental magic, it's casting, water elemental magic, it's casting non-elemental magic. But we can't have access to that. And when I say attacks, I do also include the water heal spell. And defensive spells like that. They're all elemental magic. They have an element, we can't use them. Yes, this run should be quite a bit more relaxed than the 80% run. We're not too worried about dying, we're not too worried about an array of things. We're not trying to go too fast, we just want to get to the end. Taunted as usual by the Dream Man. I believe in the original Japanese they're referred to it as Dream Man and Dream Minion, I think, or Dream Monster, rather than Minion. I wouldn't quote me on that, but that's what I believe it is. Patimels, by the way, do also have 10% increased special attack damage, like Arpatron. But Mardreg does not. It seems that the nominate species of a family, so Patimel instead of Squasp, as the others are Radwasp, Patawasp, and Terwasp, which are the non-nominate species, have this hidden special attack up. You also get hidden magic up by 10%. That's found on some bird minions. And Ashes, because of course they were winged minions in the original release, but their model was changed. Very, very understandably, if you're familiar with the original model. But they have hidden magic attack up instead of physical attack, whereas our Patron Ptymel, I believe Patleshoe has it as well. Oh, sorry, not. Yes, Patleshoe. Sorry, I went to the Petit, which would be the family name one, the fire family equivalent, rather than Patleshoe, which is the fire nominate name. But Mardreg does not. It seems to be bipeds that tend to have it. There is a thought that the other nominate species minions may have a hidden stat buffer as well, but it's not known to my knowledge. Oh, see, now if this was a speedrun, that'd be terrible. Levant just blocked an attack from minion. You don't want that. You want minion to crit you. See, now Levant lives on 6 instead of dying to the fireball. I think if I were doing a speedrun, I'd reset right there, but there's no point. You know, it's so early on in the run. And it's just, well, maybe I wouldn't reset, but it wouldn't be good. There's no reason to keep dying. It's pure chance and it's right at the start of the run. Maybe if I weren't playing the PAL version and the intro sequence was a bit faster. Gotta continue mashing this X button for quite a while longer. Let's get our supplies. Yeah, we shouldn't have technical problems this time on the stream, hopefully. We have switched to a different controller. If any of you have seen my offline run that I uploaded, that I go over that there because I wanted to get a run out. So yeah, we're just going as normal still, but we will do our first glitch almost immediately once we are out of here. My ideas for this run largely relate to the Beetle Forest, so we're going to be there for quite some time. It's going to be a little bit grindy, but there's a few things I want to do in the Beetle Forest that's going to make that section's going to take a while. We're going to want to capture a lot of minions, a lot of the same minion primarily, but we are going to be capturing a lot of minions. And unlike the speedrun, we're actually going to use the merge mechanic of this game. It's almost like it's a fundamental mechanic and you just ignore it in the speedrun, you don't use it at all. But we're going to abuse some properties of the merge mechanic well, I say abuse, we're going to use, but not really abuse, that's the intended purpose, to make our minions a bit stronger than they would be did we not merge them, and also to give them some extra abilities or to change their abilities. Which is, again, the main point of, you know, the merging component of this game, is that you create your own minions and your own original monsters do the entire game. But of course in the speedrun, Arpatron's just good enough by himself, and so is Mardreg, just as they are. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Beetle Forest and we're going to talk to Chorus to get Arpatron. We're also going to be saving a bit more in this run, that's just in case we have technical problems, but also because we need to save. For our intended strats, we need to save. But I will just be doing it for safety in a couple places, just in case we do suffer some technical difficulties. There we go. I stopped mashing soon because I was expecting that text box to come up a bit earlier. Alright, smack Arpatron once. Guaranteed capture. So of course we are going to use the beginner dragon. absolutely ridiculous in terms of stats. Of course, physical defense is the defensive stat that really matters, but Artron has pretty good both physical and magic defense. And very good speed. I can't remember what his stat total is, but it's very good. So now that we've gotten Artron, we're going to leave. And this is where we are going to immediately go off from the any percent route. We are going to leave and we are going to save the game. I'll save this in a different slot just in case I want to go to the Eternal Corridor. Now we've done that. Now we're going to go back into the Beetle Forest. Oh, sorry, no, we're not. We're got to remember my order here. We've got to load the save we just did. And that was all necessary steps. Seems a bit weird, but it's necessary. So now that we've loaded the game, we're going to go back into the Beetle Forest. And you can see that Chorus has left. I'm just going to walk slowly here. And you can see that, well, while Chorus is left, he's actually right there. And because we saved and loaded the game, we can now capture a second Arpatron. And our second minion, sorry, our third minion, our extra minion in this run, is going to be a second Arpatron. We are still going to use a Mardrag. There is justification to use a third Arpatron. I could go get one. All I have to do is leave, save, and load again, and we can capture a third Arpatron. But I think that'd be a little bit dull to use 3 of the same minion. I also think there are some benefits to having a Mardrag. It has a higher attack power. Right, so now that we've done that, our only goal in this forest... Oh, since we're doing an all bosses run also, we need to fight Louis. But now we want to go find our Mardrag. So we can't wrong warp to skip. Oh, now I can do the Patamail dodge. The Patamail dodge. Fail it in the any percent run. Oh, and this one's going the other way. I wonder where that... I suppose that might be as a consequence of the load that it ends up going the other way. There are tablets of like knowledge and stuff in this, but we aren't fussed about them. Anyway, we want a Mardrag. Fastest way to a Mardrag is this way. Sadly, we don't get to wrong warp anywhere near as often in this run. Just because we want to do... Sorry, I said do very strangely. We want to do all of the bosses in the game. So we won't be skipping the Poacher in the Dragonfly Forest. We might wrong warp anyway, just because it might be a little bit faster too. Should be a Skeeb there. Tried running past him, couldn't manage it. It's fine, we'll just run. Hopefully it'll behave. Never lucky, are we? We have terrible luck on escapes. It's only level 1, which isn't too bad, but we are going to want to capture a Mardrag in this visit of the forest. So I'd rather not have to do fights that we don't need. We're going to go this way. The other way will lead us to some Patashes / Makambus, and then a Skeeb or Nishab. Nishabs are actually my favourite minion visually in the game. They're like sparkly snakes. But they aren't really strong enough for this run. They have very good defensive stats, but very low speed and not very high attack. So we're just going to run here. And we're going to for safety, you know, being very safe on this run, why not? We're going to heal to 100, and now we're going to fight our first boss of the game. I know we don't have any minions yet, but we don't need any minions yet. This is also a great fight. Soundtrack piece. Fight. It's good music. But this is the only time you hear it. And of course, it's called Master Boy, it's Louis. Has the lowest base magic attack in the game. Which you'll see here, it'll do, you know, like 1, 2 damage. There you go, 4. Actually has very high base attack. But obviously controlled stats. So it's a pretty daft fight if you ask me, but anyway. That's Louis defeated. Didn't use any elemental attacks, just didn't use any minions either. It's a very easy fight. Oh, and a Great Walnut, we'll use that to heal. That will make capturing Mardrag a little bit easier. Oh, there we go. Have to wait a little bit before we regain control. We get this weapon here. I'm not sure if I want to equip it though. We'll sacrifice speed, gain 2 attack. I'll rather stick with the knife. I know how much damage the knife does to a Mardrag. Easier to get it low. So here, I don't know which element it will be. I think it'll be Earth though. No, it's yellow. Okay, cool. So we'll capture this Mardrag. If you walk by the dog-style enemies like the dregs, that like Mardrag. Also, we only got 1 health out of that Great Walnut. That's very unlucky. Then they don't wake up, and you can just walk right by them. You are, however, of course, slowed down by the fact that... Sorry, you're slowed down by the fact that you're walking now. My one concern while fighting this Mardrag is we aren't going to be able to... We don't have any Mugworts, Meta Mugworts. So rather than healing 75, I think I was wrong last time I said and thought it was 80, but it's 75. No, it's 80 and not 75. I think. I thought it was 75 and it is 80. So we are going to heal now. We're going to be using our Mugworts early. That's just so we can not have to worry so much about its wind horn attack. We're also going to be capturing a lot of Mardrags, so that'll be part of us hanging around here for so long. 9 health. I think we can start trying to capture it. If this fails, we'll Mugwort again. We are not too worried about our Mugwort consumption because we're going to be using minions to fight Kikinak. It would just be nice if the Mardrag behaves for us. I'm not sure if that is. I think it is. Okay, cool. So we've got Mardrag, we can leave the forest. We are going to pick up the warp item for this forest. There we go, capture level 3. That's going to make it easier for us to capture Mardrags in a little bit. Right, so we've caught that. We've picked up the wrong warp. That'll allow us to get to the end of the forest again fast. So we can just teleport to here, and that will help us with capturing the Mardrags. So now that we've left, this is probably going to be a bit strange as well, I'm not going to lie, but we're going to leave the forest, and we're going to go to Mother Garai's house. And we are going to save the game again. We're not quite done with our saving the game antics. So we're going to save. And now we're going to purify our minions through the use of Marbu here. I say use of Marbu. She's going to help us very kindly. You shouldn't use people. Daily lesson there. So yeah, we're going to equip our Arpatrons and our Mardreg. We don't really need to equip them, I don't think, for what I plan. But it will be a little bit useful to us. Beat Forest, let's just teleport straight in. I wanted to go straight to Barrier Gate because I'm used to going straight to Barrier Gate. Yeah, we're going straight back in. These time mills will still be here. We probably won't manage to dodge them this time. Nah, I messed that up. I needed to wait a fraction longer. It's fine, we'll still run from them. This Squasp is not being kind to us. This is very rude. We could use up one of our minions to kill it, but there is actually no point. There is no benefit to us to kill that Squasp. We also want our minions to be level 4, by the way. Just not yet. We're busy doing shenanigans first. Alright, Squasp has been run away from. We also don't want to wrong warp yet. So one of the key things for this run is we don't want elemental attacks. Currently we have an Arpatron with a water attack, with an Arpatron with no attacks, because we glitched to get it, and a Mardreg with a wind attack. We don't want any... Firstly, we want that Arpatron with no abilities to have an ability. And we want a non-elemental attack on our other minions. So what we're going to do here is we're going to hopefully... We'll capture level 3, so we have fairly decent odds for capturing this Battle Shoe immediately. And we do want it. I think my voice squeaked again there. We do want it. If it fights us, we'll just punch it in the face a couple times until it behaves. Yeah, okay, we'll punch it in the face a few times. It's not going to do too much to us, it's level 1. For some reason the Battle Shoes don't use their fire horn attack. I don't know why. The Skeebs, the air variants of this minion, will use theirs. But the fire ones don't. And that means we don't need to worry too much about our health because it's not going to do that attack to us. They're also very slow. I go down to 3. I suppose they must have the same AI as the Mardreg, and once they get weak enough they start using it. One of the things they might also do is they might choose to block. That's another thing that they do when they get low on life. This should now be a clean capture because it's very weak. We'll probably use Mardreg, no, not Mardreg, Arpatron. One of the Arpatrons to capture the next one. To weaken it for us. I will pick up this Shablika. I'm trying to correct myself on... I keep saying Liqueur, but it is Liquor. And I know it is. I'm just saying it because that's how I said it as a child. When I couldn't read. Alright, we'll switch to this Arpatron. I believe this is the one that should have no abilities whatsoever. It doesn't matter if they have an elemental attack as long as we don't use it. but for sake of demonstration... Oh, this one does have abilities. Oh wait, no, it's the top one that doesn't. I'll show that in the next fight, because we want to capture 3 of these. It's actually kind of hilarious that we're using a water minion against a paddle chew, and we'll actually lose the fight if it weren't for our speed. Even if, to be fair, even if Arbitron dies, it does not matter to us. One more attack should do it. This Arbitron wants to live. Yeah, so it uses that fire attack anyway because it's on low life, but that doesn't do very much to Arbitron, given the water element. It's definitely faster to punch them with Levant, but I can't guarantee that we'd be able to capture 3 of them if we just used Levant, so I thought it'd be more of a sure thing if we use an Arbitron. We can now use Levant again for the 3rd one, but I want to see if that other Arbitron has no abilities. Right, so that's done, so we should be able to go forwards here and then backwards again. And that may have spawned... Enemy respawns are a bit strange in this game, so that may have spawned another one over here. Sometimes you can just transition into a screen that it wants there to be an enemy, so it puts one there. We'll try a few screen transitions, like in different places. Just because we want 3, 2 isn't enough. Try this side where the potassium is, so they're Mukhan Blues now. Still no scheme? Or Paddle Chew, rather. We specifically want Paddle Chews. If I move forward, there's another element transition in a bit, which could mess us up. There we go. So just respawn the enemy. It'll only do that if the room is cleared and only one will spawn. So maybe this Arbitron has no abilities. If they both have abilities, that's fine as well, I don't mind. Yeah, they both do. Oh, I think it's if I rebooted the console, then it would have no abilities. For some reason, in the PAL version, it's a bit funny with loading minion abilities before you purify them, which is what we're going to be using here. I'm really upset if this Arbitron crits this Paddle Chew and kills it. Thank you for not killing it. And very soon you'll know what I mean when I said it doesn't. It does not matter that those minions... that we didn't fight the Squasps and Patamil at the start. Once we have this 3rd Paddle Chew. Right. Right, we have 3 of them now. We are going to do a safety save in a different slot. We're almost certainly not going to need it, but we are going to do it just for safety purposes. So, memory card 1, slot 3. Right. So now that we've done that, we are going to load our previous save. Undoing, capturing all 3 of those Paddle Chews. and equipping our minions, and purifying them. So now that that's been undone, we're going to talk to Mabu again, and she's going to have a bit of deja vu. She's going to purify the same minions again. Alright, now that's done, let's equip our minions. Now, one thing I want to show you is if I go into the view, you see they have Horn Fire attack now. They have no other abilities, this is a water minion, but it has Horn Fire attack. And that was the purpose of our shenanigans. So now we've completed shenanigans, let's save again, just so we don't lose our shenanigans later, should anything happen to our emulator. So now we have 3 minions that all know Fire Horn attack, and have no ability, well sorry, no fire affinity, so what that actually means is that attack should do no damage. Even if I use it, it should do no damage. I won't use it, because that will fail the challenge. If I have to fight, if I can't dodge these squat, yeah I can't, I will fight these now. So we want to level up one of these Arbitrons to level 2. Just because we need to get them to level 4. And it's going to be easier for us to take down Mardregs. Since our Mardreg can't use its ability, and even if it did, it would do no damage. It's going to be harder for us to beat other Mardregs. So getting Arbitron to be a bit higher level is going to be useful. Having both of them be level 2 will make it easier for them to defeat a Mardrake gets level 3. Then they have to defeat another Mardrake and get to level 4. And of course the Mardrake we have will also need to do that. In the any percent run we'd be in the Moth Forest right now. So this is quite considerably slower. There we go, so that's one Arbitron to level 2. It would be faster to just have an Arbitron defeat a Mardrake, but I don't think there's any harm in doing it this way, because we aren't doing this optimally, we're just trying to do it at all. You can probably skip the, well, yeah, it depends, yeah. You'd probably want 3 Arbitrons if you're trying to do this optimally. For that special attack plus 10%, not sure. Yeah, so the reason why we've put fire attacks on all of our minions, as unintuitive as it is, it means if we merge an air minion with them, which we will, for all of them, they're all going to be merged with Mardrakes, which is why we need to capture them, is that they will immediately lose that fire elemental attack and it becomes a non-elemental attack, and that will allow us to make use of Arbitron's plus 10% special attack damage. And that's all of that was for just for that extra 10% damage on Arbitron. Also looks slightly cooler than just, you know, pressing the basic attack button over and over again. It's not very exciting to do that. Okay, so we can now use this warp to get to the end of the level. Now, we can choose, as we have the ability to switch elements now, to pick between Tefades and Mardregs. Defades will be easier for the Mardreg to kill, and Mardregs will be easier for the Arpatrons to kill. So I think we'll start... Well, actually, no, we'll just see which one we get. We'll start with which one we get. If it's a Mardreg, we'll get an Arpatron to kill it. And if it's... yeah, so there's a Mardreg. So we need to switch to our Mardreg, which is slightly damaged and cannot use any abilities. We will, of course, also need to capture one, and by one I mean a lot. It's going to be a lot more than one. But thankfully, once we've cleared the Beetle Forest, we can, aside from fighting bosses, we can stand pretty close, we can follow pretty close to the any percent run. We just need to get to that part of the game. So that Mardreg is hurting ours, and after this we will switch to one of the level 2 Arpatrons, probably the one which has the highest health, because it's going to get hit by wind attacks. Oh, they're both max health, that's good. So if we had Elemental Advantage, we'd easily kill these things. They would take so much damage, but we only do 5 per attack with Arpatron. We may actually need to use both Arpatrons just to get a kill on this Mardreg. Oh, maybe not. My Arpatrons are having very good blocks. I am appreciating them avoiding damage like this. Okay, one Mardreg down. We do have the Shab Liquor, which we can use to heal our Mardreg up to make it easier for it to fight another one. Plus 2 attack on that Arpatron, we appreciate that. Alright, so we don't want to go into Chorus's hut, because that'll kick us out of the forest again. Instead, we're just going to go down here and then back up again, and that should respawn a Mardreg in this room. Not guaranteed every time, but it should do it every now and then. Yeah, like it did in there. We'll try this exit. I believe this will switch the elements as well. We are getting unlucky on these respawns. This is the Squoot room with the snakes in it. There we go, now it's a fade. So, something we do need to be aware of. Oh, of course we haven't picked up the Shablica. Since we undid that. You know, we'll use Levant to do some damage so that our Mardreg can get the kill. We have another Mugwort, so we can... Oh, so these also have like the Skeeb style AI where they use their special attacks immediately. They have Fang Earth attack, and they can only do it twice, much like a Mardreg, before they have to start resorting to their regular attack. Now we do want our Mardreg to recover for the most part. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch to the Arpatron. It will switch to this Arpatron. We only have slightly more health, but we have a lot more speed. And we are the same level now. So we should do a bit more than 5 damage. There you go, did 9. Early levels have significant power spikes between them. So one more, and then we should be able to switch to our other Mardreg. So I say other Mardreg, our Mardreg. It's only at a sad 27 health. But this will put our Mardreg at level 4. Which will help us a lot when it comes to killing more Mardregs. So there we go. +2 attack as well on that Mardreg, that's very good. I don't believe it's guaranteed +2 there. I think there's a little bit of randomness. And there we go, there's another one. Since it's going to use its ability immediately... Sorry, I was thinking whether or not I needed to switch the elements again. Since it's going to use its abilities immediately, we can deploy our Mardreg immediately as well. It'll take reduced damage from the earth attack, and then the Arpatrons will be safe from the earth attack, which would probably kill them, if not very nearly kill them. So we do 10 damage per hit. We also take less damage than usual. Oh, it's not using it now. Maybe it only uses it on Levant. Or it's aware of the elemental advantage that we're at. In which case, what we might do is capture this one instead. And switch elements to get Mardregs. Oh no, never mind. There goes one earth attack. I don't know enough about the AIs in this game, I don't think. Okay, there we go. Can you do an earth attack, please? No. Okay, we will capture this one with Levant, I think. And switch to wind Mardregs. This will get us to capture level 4. It doesn't matter that this is Earth, by the way. We will want Mardregs, but it doesn't matter that we have a Tefade. Never do what they're told. If you use Earth attack, we'll just hit it with a... Okay, one regular attack, which shouldn't kill it, and then capture it again. It only matters that what we merge it with isn't fire. I just have a preference to use Mardregs, I think, in this situation, because we don't want to make our Mardreg Earth Air. That'll make the second Poacher boss fight a bit... Sorry, not... Yes, the second Poacher boss fight will be a little bit tougher. Actually, does that one have... That one might have Rend Wings. I'm not sure what the ability of it is. I just know that it's air, so I just don't want to risk it. So there we go. We have regained that. We have regained that level that we lost. So we'll switch the elements again back to air. Yeah, unfortunately this section is going to be very grindy. We may do it in 2 visits. Just to heal up our minions. But we do want to leave after we have at least 3. So, with combination of these 2 now, we can get our other level 2 Arbitron to level 3. Everyone's getting a bit beaten and bruised by our requirement of using regular attacks. Once its health is below our Mardreg's health, we'll be fine to attack with it. This Arbitron's only got 1 more punch in it, I think, before I want to switch just to not risk it dying. Yeah, down to 12, I will switch, just for safety. We only need level 4 on our minions, so we don't need to level this Mardreg anymore. There we go. And now our Arbitron should be fine to kill. Our minion's getting quite badly bruised. There we go. So I think what we'll do here is we'll capture 2 more Mardregs. See, I think that Harpatron only gained 1 attack. So we'll capture 2 more Mardregs. Do a little bit of saving. Hey, there he is. We are going to have to do some more save load shenanigans. There's going to be a lot of that at this starting point, and then we can move away from it. Because of course, Mardregs and Tefades have Tefades have Fang Earth attack, and Mardregs have Horn Wind attack, and that would replace our Fire Horn attack with Wind Air attack. So what we're going to do is we're going to capture these Mardregs, save the game, and then reboot the emulator. Load that game, then purify the Mardregs. And what that'll do is it'll take away the abilities of the minion. They'll have no abilities whatsoever. Oh, that's very rude. I don't know if there was a point switch in there, I didn't check HP at that time. I was looking at the Mardreg's HP going, if it's below the Mardreg's then we're fine. I don't want to get wind attacked to lethal damage, so we're now the same as it with our own Mardreg. We should just be able to use it once, maybe twice, I guess. There we go, our Mardreg just survives that. And now we will capture this Mardreg. Once we're done with capturing these Mardregs, that should put us at capture level 5. Which should make it much easier for us to capture Mardregs. Sadly, we will have to come back for even more Mardregs. Because we need them, at least in my plan, for the end game. We're going to need them way later. Way further on in the future. And that's because we're going to want to switch our minions to be air element. We're going to try and abuse our elemental advantage in terms of not taking damage to try and help us beat those bosses. Even though we can't use elemental attacks to attack them, we can still take reduced damage by having a favourable element on our minion. If we wanted to do a no element run altogether, as in our minions don't have an element, we would have to be modifying game code, or finding some means to do that through like Cheat Engine or something like that to take away the minions' elements. Give them a 0 affinity of every element. And I don't know how to do that. If any of our minions die here, it doesn't matter because we're going to leave anyway after this. I also think our Mardreg, because it's level 4, we will be able to merge a Mardreg into our Mardreg to take away that fire attack and give us our first minion which can use a special attack. Not that it'll do any more damage than a regular attack on this Mardreg. An option we also had is to capture Squoops, snakes, and give them a poison attack, which also has 1.2 times base damage, which would be pretty good. The only problem with it is that bosses take no damage from that. It does I think either 1 or literally 0 damage to bosses to use poison attack. So it'd help us against regular minions, but it would be completely useless against bosses. There we go. Oh, we got... Nice, we got Shablicker. Right, we're capture level 5 now, which will help a little bit. If anyone was sat down today to watch this thinking, oh, it'll be fast, no, it won't. This is going to be very slow. I would estimate 3 to 4 hours. This is also not the only time that we're going to need to capture a lot of the same minion. We're going to want to do it again, based on my current plan. We're going to want to do it again. Oh, I need to not purify my minions right now. I need to save the game. I nearly messed up there and actually had... We nearly made the mistake of having abilities on our minions. So now that we've saved, I'm going to reboot the emulator. So you'll see blank for a second, but that is required. Just opening it back up again. Enable our analog stick. It's going to take a little bit of time to load. We're going to have to reboot one more time because once we've captured our remaining Mardregs, which will be sadly another 6, because it takes 3. Actually, no, another 5. We don't need 6. We need just make sure my settings are up to date again. I can't remember if loading will remember this, but there we go. I think it'll be 5 more than we need, because to change a minion's element entirely, you need 3 of the same element to switch their element to that. But our Mardreg, we are going to leave as air. It'll be temporarily another element, but it'll only have 1 of that element, so I think we don't need quite as many Mardregs. So all of our minions are now going to be partially air, and 1 which is partially earth. So let's merge this Mardreg with a Mardreg to become more Mardreg. So now you see we have Horn non-elemental. And that is what we like to see. That looked a little bit weird, but that was because we... Normally you'd see Marbu perform a ritual, which would complete the merge, but because we've turned that off, we just get a flash of the screen. Alright, time for some more Mardregs. We can't merge our Arpatrons yet, because I'd rather level them to 4 based on their own stat growth before merging the Mardreg in, and then merge the Mardreg. Level 4 on all our minions should be sufficient to get us past Kikinak. And that should take our minions to level 5 or 6. Given that we also have to kill the poacher to do our all bosses run. But we do want every minion we now catch to be a Mardreg and not a Tefade. Because we're going to want, basically, if we want to beat the Earth boss, I believe we're going to want 2 air minions. and we can use 6 Mardregs to change whatever our minion currently is into air. Now it'd be nice if we could just punch this Mardreg to death. We also still need to kill 2 more Mardregs to get these Arpatrons to level 4, but we're going to level them first because that'll make capturing Mardregs easier. Imagine being in the Beetle Forest an hour into a run. It's fine, we'll pick up the pace, and then we get to chill in the dark Beetle Forest instead, because we're going to need to prepare for Tutorus. We cannot beat Tutorus with air minions. I don't think there is any hope of that happening. Yes, you're very strong, Mardreg. Left at 1. Why must you do this to me? They do so much damage. Alright, there we go. 1 level 4 Arpatron. We'll get another level 4 one in a second. Yeah, 67 HP, that's going to be quite a lot better. We seem to have more luck when we enter and exit through this entryway. And I'm going to be a little bit superstitious and continue to use it. Okay, there we go. So now we have a level 4 Arpatron. I will never not appreciate how good elemental attacks are after doing this. This is just a little bit painful to have to fight minions by just regular attack, regular attack, regular attack. We will actually, do you know, while we're here, we may as well check to see if Mardreg's special attack does do any more damage than its regular. So that was 11. I don't believe it will. I think it'll do exactly regular. Yeah, it does exactly the same as normal. We're going to block just so it uses its next air attack on us. There we go. And now it'll be easier for the other Arpatron to finish it off. But when we get the Arpatrons with the special attack, you'll see that they actually do slightly more damage with it. And that's going to help us against all of the Poacher's incarnations. I'll probably use the Mardreg to take down the Moth Forest Poacher minion. Just because it's going to be Earth Elemental and our Arpatrons are still going to be partially water. One downside to this I will say, which is possibly why it's good that we have one which has been merged with the Tefade, is that the fire one, the fire goat the Poacher has, does use fire attack. And we won't have to worry about that so much if one of our Arpatrons is partially earth instead of air. By merging these things with Mardregs as well, actually, it slightly increases their attack stat. So we'll end up with slightly stronger minions doing this as well. They'll have a slightly higher. I want to say like it'll be 3 or like the stat will be 3 or 4 higher than it would otherwise be. We'll switch to this Uptron. Every minion recovers by 25% health and mana between fights. So by spreading the damage out, we will have an easier time. Yes, we will also remove the abilities of these Mardregs that we're capturing. But that should be the last time that we need to... I'm kind of tempted to try and capture a Mardreg from full health to see if it works. That should be the last time we need to reboot to take away abilities from minions. The save loady business where we move abilities across minions or wipe them is the thing that I think might be PAL exclusive. I'm not sure if you can do that on the NTSC version. So I think this route for NTSC might look very different. It might involve a lot more just going through the forests and leveling your minions as quickly as possible, if you're trying to fight every boss. So we'll have a look. We'll see if we can just capture a Mardreg, because it would save a lot of time to just catch one. We are capture level 5, but we were also 2 levels above that battle due earlier, and it failed. So, we'll see. Yeah, I didn't think so. Imagine trying to capture Mardreg at level 1. I say imagine, it's been done. It does work. It's just so incredibly unlikely. We're probably going to have to fight our capture level a bit later as well, because we do need more minions. We're not going to have just no elemental attack horn on all our minions. That would be crazy to try and finish the game with. Or at least, well, it wouldn't be crazy, it'd be difficult. I think you can always do it, because you could always grind for an indefinite amount of time and just be strong enough by the end of it. I probably should have switched minions to reduce the amount of damage this Harpatron took. I'll switch to this Harpatron. It'll probably only need 1 hit in before we can capture. We'll level up Levant again once we capture 3 more Mardregs. So this is number 2, and there'll be 4 left. The replay of this must look fascinating. It's just going to be, he fought a Mardreg, he fought a Mardreg, he fought a Mardreg. Can't believe that didn't capture it. I'm 2 levels above and you're in the red. You are meant to go in the cocoon. This is an obstinate Mardreg. Alright, that's 2 down. 4 more to go. It'd probably be faster to use the bottom screen to regenerate these Mardregs if it would do it reliably. There we go, our level 4 Mardreg's got a lot more health now. Since I'm not speedrunning, I'm just being more relaxed and just actually thinking about what I'm doing, just going, I need to do the next thing. Right now. The any percent run would be over in about 7 more minutes, based on my last time. I haven't even left the beetle forest. I wanted some variety in my life, so I started using the non-elemental horn attack. It's definitely faster to use the Mardreg. Like, it's very obvious at this point in the game just how much stronger the Mardreg is that we have to Arpatron. It just does a lot more damage. I can't remember how many times the Poacher's Fire Goat can use its fire attack. I think it's 3 or 4. I'm willing to bet it's 4. I think all of them can do 4. And our Arpatron will take... one of them should take neutral damage and the other will take slightly reduced. So that's 3. So we don't need 6, do we? We needed 5. So blessings to you. We will soon be free of this Beetle Forest hellscape. So once we capture 5, we will finish the Beetle Forest. Save, reset the emulator again, reload, merge the Arpatrons with the Mardregs. And then actually start moving forward through the game. There's no minions of interest between here and the Dark Beetle Forest. Because again, there's poison in this forest, there's sleep and flesh to stone in the Dragonfly and Spider Forest respectively, but all of those attacks do no damage to boss minions. It just doesn't do any. I don't think it does any damage to the bosses themselves either. I think it also does 0 to 1 damage to them. The only advantage for picking up those abilities is that they will do extra damage to regular minions, which will help us kill stuff to level up, but I don't really want to capture extra minions which will mess with our stats a bit. For example, if we caught the birds in the Dragonfly Forest which have sleep, they are magic oriented, which will take away a lot of the attack of our minions. And we would the only way to compensate for that is more Mardregs. That's the only way to compensate for that well in the early game is to just merge Mardreg onto things. Because it has a very high attack stat growth, and that will push your minions to have higher attack. Merging all our Arpatrons with Mardregs will also increase their attack power considerably, which will be useful. And I'm going to be very happy when I can't accidentally lose the run because my minions don't have any elemental attacks. I'm going to appreciate being in that state. You can't use an elemental attack if you don't have any. Oh, I thought we were going to be twins, and that it was going to block our attack. It would hit us and we'd block it. I'd have appreciated that. Is my Mardreg blind? Thank you, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Well, Levant's now capture level 6, so if he still can't capture a Mardreg at 14 health, I'm going to be disappointed in him. I'm I'm gonna have a word with him. Anyway, this should be the last Mardrake we need. Okay, cool. We are free of Mardrake Limbo. I'll just verify it. I meant to press circle there. I will verify that we do have 5. We do indeed. That's 3 for one of our Arpatrons and 2 for the Mardrake later. Because we're going to completely change the element of that Arpatron. It's going to become air. Then we're going to turn it into water again, and then it's going to become air again. I have a plan for Tutoris, which should mean that we only need 2 minions to beat it, and that should also be true for Delphinel. Delphinel is actually not too much of a risk anyway. Our attacks are going to do the same amount of damage regardless of element. But Delphinel's magic attack is not very good. And he seems to be... Oh, I accidentally went into that. Yeah. He seems to like his Stomp attack and his Flesh to Stone attack more. Walked too far forward and we couldn't save. Okay. So once again we must reboot the game. We've saved. Reboot my emulator. One more time. Turn on my analog stick again. Okay, right. I'm still not sure if this is necessary, or if... I feel like the save should run under my settings, but I'm just making sure. I also could probably modify it once I'm actually in the game. But anyway, we have reset the console and loaded once more. And now we're going to merge one Arpatron with the Tefade we got, and one Arpatron with a Mardrake that we have. So this Arpatron can be Earth. You see, we reduced magic attack, but we don't care because we can't use magic. Reduced magic defense, fair enough, and reduced speed. Speed reduction is a bit painful. Also, the mana loss is a bit painful too. But we now have an Arpatron with a neutral attack. And this Arpatron needs a Mardrake, and again we end up same stat changes. And that should be it. I'm just gonna... Oh yeah, okay, fine. Okay. Oh, freedom. Okay. Town shop. We'll pick up, We'll pick up our usual Mugwort, sell the Valerian powder because we don't care about it. I'll actually pick up... Yeah, I'll pick up 3 and I'll pick up a Shab Liquor. Just so... If we... So, our minions are like level 4.5. Stat-wise, not stat-wise, EXP-wise. So if we kill one more Mardrake with any of them, they should all become level 1. Whichever one killed it should become level 5. But it will of course consume the health of the minion that killed it, right? It'll use health to kill the Mardrek. Also, I feel like it's going to be a Tefade. It is. So, I think I'll kill this with Mardrek. Just because having level 5s is going to help. Like, I think that's indisputable that having level 5s is going to help us. But we have the Liquor now, so we can heal the Mardrek back up. I'm not too worried about healing up too much before Kikinaki's not very strong. Is this thing going to use both of its Earth attacks? In which case I might switch to an Arbitron. I'd appreciate it if my Mardrek would hit things that it goes after. That would be very useful to me. Okay, it's used both Earth attacks, so I'm actually going to switch to this Arbitron, because this one's going to be the one that's more useful against the Poacher's minion. You see that when you merge a minion, they combine the characteristics of the two. But this Arbitron does more damage with the special attack than it does with regular attack now. You'll also notice that it costs no mana to use no element special attack, because it is meant to be, well, discounting the bonus damage from being Arbitron's stance, it's the same as basic attack. There we go, so they are level 5. There's another Mardrek here, which we may as well fight to get a second level 5. And then we'll just go straight for Poacher, we'll run past everything. We will now just use the Mardrek to kill it. And then this Mardrek will be the recipient of the Liquor. If we can, we want to kill the Poacher with our... What level is Poacher? I can't remember Poacher's level. I think Poacher's level 5? Not sure. That does absolutely nothing to us. Partly I want to get this Mardrek high level so its speed goes up, so it stops missing. I think it's 4 or 5 attacks that this Mardrek's already had blocked in this run. I don't know why I'm just doing that out of force of habit, because there's no actual benefit to it on this Mardrek. It may be beneficial against bosses, potentially. Some of them take reduced damage from regular attack. And by some of them, I mean most. We'll have a Kickleberry. we will not use it. I just thought it might be nice to have. Do I just get everything to level 5? I could. I don't see why not. I'll just get all of them to level 5. I definitely would not be... If I was speedrunning, I would not be doing this. You go, oh, why don't I just stop off and... Why don't I just stop for a bit and just fight some things for extra levels? So yeah, we have a wind air Arbitron, a wind earth Arbitron, and just an air Mardrek. So this one's looks a little bit different from our other Arbitron. Does exactly 10, but I assure you that if I use a regular attack, it would not do 10 damage. It would do 9. 10% difference is not much right now. There we go. Okay. That should be enough to take on the poacher. We'll pick up these skeleton keys. We won't fight. You'll be glad to know we aren't fighting any more Mardregs. Not intentionally, anyway. And I think if we do, we run from them. If we end up in a situation where we're fighting a Mardreg, we'll just run. I am still going to pick up the ugly seals and whatnot from the speedrun route, and that's just because they're good money. And we may want money later. We are still going to want to pick up Little Bird and a Sparrow's Ruff, as usual. Why did I run that way? I want to go this way, because the poacher's this way. The poacher's up here. Autopiloting on the speedrun route. Do I want to heal the Mardreg? I may as well, I have Shablika. From fighting the Mardregs, we picked up some extras. Alright. Boss number 2 of the game. An hour and 25 in. Poacher 1. Alright. We'll switch to this Arpatron because it's going to take less damage from the poacher's fire goat. God love it. Poacher block. Right, goat. I forgot that this one was literally called goat. That's one fire attack. Okay, we exchanged blocks. I don't feel bad about that. That's 2. The game, of course, is expecting us to use a water minion, which we don't have, which is why we are taking more damage from this goat than we are dealing to it. We are going to need to use more than 1 minion to beat this thing. Okay, it's out of fire attacks. But the next boss we have to fight has an air attack, so I want to level up the other Arpatron rather than this one. So we're going to switch to that Arpatron now. The goat has no fire attacks left, so it's completely irrelevant to us that we're airing its fire. Kikinak has an air attack, so being Earth Elemental is not advantageous for that fight. Oh, my sound didn't pick up the impact there. Anyway. That should be goat dead. If we were using, you know, water elemental attack, it would take like 2-3 hits and it'd be dead. Instead of, you know, an entire minion, entire minion's health bar. Could you please I might just use regular attacks because this poacher is blocking. So many. Let's see how much it does. You can see if it blocks that as well. Let's be superstitious and say it's going to block every elemental neutral attack. Okay, we're done with that. We're going to switch to Mardreg now. We might start a fight with the Toad just to run away from the fight, to heal our minions up. Because you don't have to finish the fight to get the healing. You just need to have been in a fight. Mardreg, of course, will be full health. And will probably be what we primarily use to beat Kikinak. Kikinak has no magic, Mardreg has a higher attack stat and higher defense stat than both Arpatrons. So there you go, they're both level 6 now. We're going to get key. There's also a tablet, but I don't care about the tablet. So I think we fight one toad. We may as well try the wrong warp. If we fail it, we just go the intended route to Kikinak. Of course, we'll try not to fail it. It'd be good practice if we don't fail it. Here, let's fight this toad. It's like toad? Tortoise. Jesus Christ. How long have I been saying toad? Probably way too long. Are there any toad-based minions in this game? I don't think there are. Anyway, so that'll have healed up our minions a little bit. You'll see in the menu here. They have a bit more health now. And we just want to wrong warp here, if we can. If I can not miss. That's a bit early. I don't trust him. I'm now so close that I don't trust myself. I could have done it there. And we would have gotten it, but I don't trust myself. I was mashing circle and I just clearly slightly too slow. My foot's not quite high enough. You know, we'll take that. I have no idea if it's right. We'll just take it anyway. I don't want to hang around it too long. Yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, I didn't want to bother just trying that too long, trying to be precise when we literally have the key to just run there anyway. I could feel that it was wrong, but there'll be a Mardreg respawn here. But we should be able to run straight past this one. There you go, now it is a Mardreg. I don't know how easy it is to dodge the intended minions up here. But we aren't going to be taking any hits from on Levant from Kikinak, so we'll just run from these. Obviously it would have been faster had we succeeded on the wrong warp there, but I'm not too fussed about getting that wrong warp correct. These extra fights also mean that our minions have a bit more health. There'll be another one up on this bridge that we can't dodge. And now, if we escape this one, we should get to Kikinak. There we go. What level is Kikinak? Because he's 6. We can get minion to level 7. There we go, you can dodge that, Haraka. I nearly didn't, because I was clipping on the flowers there. There we go. Straight through. This is the intended route to Kikinak, by the way. While speedrunning, you do not take this route at all. You wrong warp behind Kikinak instead. We'll pick up the sleep spores if we can. Nice, there we go. So we don't... Our low-level Arpatron is not going to be of much help here. Both because it's lower level and because it's air. Sorry, it's earth, rather. And Kikinak has an air attack. Yeah, because we're fighting every boss, we're going to kill all 3 poachers. We are going to defeat the wind boss. All three earth boss ghosts. Obviously the fire boss and the earth boss and Kashidra. I don't really consider Chosen One to be the boss. I say Kishidra because Kishidra's the thing you're actually worried about. And I feel it's more of a victory lap than anything else, really. Mardreg took a bit too much damage there, so we'll switch to the Arpatron. Which does a fine amount of damage. That special attack buff for plus 10% is going to start coming into effect a bit more notably soon, if Kikinak doesn't block us. Not worried about the air attack because we aren't the Earth Arpatron. And Kikinak shouldn't get extra turns against Arpatron. Will against Mardreg, but shouldn't against Arpatron. There we go. So I think we're only going to want one fight in the Spider Forest before trying to take on the Poacher. Got a Great Walnut again. That's pretty good. And now we have a level 7 Arpatron. Okay, and we're onto the Spider Forest now. Spider Forest won't take us too long. We're gonna need to get a few fights in the Moth Forest, I think. We'll say goodbye. We don't really need to heal up. We got a Great Walnut, which again we can use to heal ourselves. We have Mugwort as well. The key thing is that we get our minion levels up because we are fighting every boss. If we weren't, we would now go straight, we'd skip Spider Forest, go straight to the Moth Forest, use Levant to tank some Shulia magic, and then use our minions to finish them off. So here what we want to do is we want to find some easy enemies. Which are up here. And by easy I mean they have no abilities. Which is these guys. They're also level 7. Got Radgor with it, which may be a problem. I think we need to retreat from one fight first. And that's very rude of them. Our minions aren't quite high enough health again yet, so we want to run from the fights to get them healed up. There we go. And we will Great Walnut ourselves. Ah, 2 health from that one. Ideally we want to find spots where there's only one of these. I think this should be one of those spots. There you go, Patakuga. And we want to fight that with that Arpatron. So, while it is Fire Element, it has no Fire Elemental attacks, to my recollection. It has critical, which it may use, which if it hits you puts your minion at 1 HP. The downside we must face is the fact that, not the downside. The problem we must face is the fact that we are low level, and we don't deal that much damage. So we won't need very many fights here at all. We just need... Realistically, we want 2 level 7s and a level 8. And that should probably be enough. So we want to catch that Arpatron up, that level 5 Arpatron. heal up that Mardrag a little bit. The Shablika is not going to recover that much health anymore. So, there's the Poacher, that's the one boss we have to fight. There you go, and this guy respawns by just going up and down, so this is going to be easier to get these fights in. So we want to get the Mardrag now to level 7, and we want an Arpatron at level 8. And then we will attempt to take on the Poacher. Our minions are starting to get a little bigger. As you level up, the minion size increases. With Levant, as your level goes up, the summon music you use for your minions changes, typically to be a more complicated piece. There's the critical attack. I think we'll finish this one off with this Arpatron to get it to level 8. And then the next one we'll take down with our Mardrag to get that to level 7. I think level 8's 2 level 7s and a level 8 should be enough. Oh, another Great Walnut. We're having good luck today. They're a rare drop from enemies. Great Walnuts. And it's also like free extra HP for us, and it's just an easy heal. Right, there we go. So now that Arpatron's level 8, we're going to use this Arpatron first. Again, keeping in mind that 25% heal after combat. If we do get hit by a critical, that's going to be a bit of an issue for us. Just because that minion's going to have no health left. I know the element of our minion does not matter for the Moth Forest Poacher because that one doesn't have any elemental attacks. So we'll be able to use all 3 of our minions very comfortably against it. I was worried for a second that would critical. I've seen that it was doing 20-21 damage. Oh, there we go. This Arpatron's going to be missing a little bit of health. We probably could have switched to Mardrag a turn earlier. And then it would be a bit healthier, but I don't think it matters. So this may be a bit close, but we're going to give it a go with 2 level 7s and level 8. Do I have any recovery items at all for the minions? I don't think I do. Yeah, this will probably be a little bit close, but we'll give it a go. Levant may have to engage in single combat. So we'll switch and we'll use our level 8 Arpatron first. This should be Lagoat, and then it's Gigoat. So Goat, Lagoat, and then Gigoat. I always forget, the first one looks like a baby, like its feet are so small for its body. But yeah, I think it's going to be a recurring theme with these bosses, where they deal more damage to our minions than our minions deal to them, so you have to use more than one minion. I haven't seen it use an elemental attack yet. I haven't seen it use any special attack, actually. we're gonna get one more attack in, and then we have to switch to Mardrag. The only thing that we do care about is that a minion gets the final hit on the poacher. And that's just to make use out of the EXP you get. So you see we're doing less damage to with our Mardrag than the Arpatron. Obviously that Arpatron is a higher level as well. Yeah, I don't think we have any... I think we can be fairly sure that we will take down Lagoat. Our problem's going to be finishing off the poacher. Oh, there we go. Okay, it has a non-elemental attack as well. I don't know what it is. Okay, lucky block, but it gets a second turn. So it shouldn't get another second turn now. Okay, we've got one kill. We now want to keep this Mardrag alive. So Poacher's probably going to hit it. And it cannot take another of those. So now it's down to this Arpatron to finish the Poacher off. If we find that this minion doesn't outpace the Poacher in terms of damage, we will start using Levant's regular attack. Now both of us started damaged, so it's kind of hard to tell. I think we'll switch to Levant, get a hit in or two. Then switch back to that. Switch back to the Arpatron. Levant's going to do barely anything at all, by the way, in terms of damage. And is going to take a lot, but we just want, you know, just a little bit of damage on the Poacher. You only get one more attack in. There we go. For a second there I thought it wasn't going to let us switch. I was prepared for the worst there. It's not the end of the world if oh, okay. If either of our Arpatrons die, it's not the end of the world, so long as the Mardrag lives. We just want the Mardrag to live. Because we got hit when we switched, we get 2 turns in a row here. That was caused by the speed difference between Levant and Arpatron. Okay, so we got... That's pretty good. They should both be level 9, I believe, now. Nice. That's some decent stat up. So I have to finish this dialogue. You see now we're on the other side. All that does is unlock a shortcut for us. But we're gonna warp out because it's gonna be faster to get to the end this way. We are gonna wrong warp here. Because it is faster than going through the in-law, in-game, the correct solution. I say in-law, the bit where you have to view the law. L-O-R-E. Why did I metamorph? I have great walnuts. I can just increase my maximum health. It's also a guaranteed full heal, so I don't know why I did that. But whatever. I think we're a bit soon there. Yeah, we were. Every time we go back, you can see this Redugal keep changing elements. That's early. That's also early. Can I please... no, it was early, but it just looked like it wasn't. Dear me. I'm having a bad time of this. I may have been right. No, I wasn't. Whenever I get too close, I suddenly start second-guessing myself, and I don't trust the one I'm doing is correct. I should just back off if I think I'm too far out the first time. That would be more consistent. Sometimes I get this first time. Sometimes I'm here forever. That actually was probably... no. Okay, that's probably correct. Oh, actually, maybe not. I may be facing the wrong way. Yeah, I was facing the wrong way. Dear me. What am I doing? This doesn't bode well for my next any percent run that I'm messing up these wrong warps. I'll just run into the door and press circle there. There you go. Go through the door. I might still be too far out. So there you go. That's what you want to see. Ignore that last section. That was the first time we went back into the spider forest. That time right there, we got it immediately. Starting to think I'm better at that wrong when I run up to it, as opposed to when I go backwards and forwards like that. I don't care about fighting anything in here anymore. There are no other bosses in here. Come on, walk over here. I don't think you have to wait quite this many steps. I'm just doing that to be safe. We will talk to Mabu to heal our health after this. There we go. Mashing X way too early. I don't need to use that much energy yet. Got to wait for Mamon to turn up. There he is. Alright, human sacrifice time. It's my favourite time of day. Alright, we'll just pick up a heal here. I feel like I didn't heal. I'm pretty sure I just went into that menu and then left. But whatever, we'll deal with it. It's not the end of the world, because we'll use the Vant to tank some shots from a minion for us. There's going to be a lot of Or if you haven't already noticed, because I've already been doing it a fair bit, a lot of fighting the same minion for a couple levels. Fight boss, move on. And that's just because I'm trying to... That's because I'm trying to level up as efficiently as possible while still fighting every boss on the way. It's slightly more intended than, you know, glitching through the game. Fighting an enemy way later and just rapidly leveling up your minions. You don't have to fight that poacher though, so I could have completely ignored that, but I thought, well, if we're going to prove that you can do this without any elements, or try to do it without using any elements, then I may as well prove that you can fight every boss and beat every boss without any elements. I was sat on the key the whole time! Alright. In this section of the game, you actually lose the ability to heal unless Levant is defeated. If Levant is defeated, then all your minions are fully healed. We're obviously not going to intentionally get ourselves defeated. That would be crazy. But it's worth noting, we can't merge or obtain new minions anymore either. May as well equip the Silver Crown. In fact, I say may as well, I need to equip the Silver Crown. We'll have a bit of an issue if I don't. We'll also pick up all the regular stuff you get from here, and the 2 extra keys. How much health am I actually on? I may just use a Mugwort just in case. I didn't pay attention to that. $90's probably fine. Should use the walnut again. My brain is not engaged. Of course, we can't do the usual thing of using magic seals to kill this enemy, but what we can do is let the Shillia use its 2 magic spells on us and then switch to a regular minion. Alright, so who should get the kill here? This thing's going to do very little damage. It has fairly decent speed though, but it's going to do very little damage to our minions. It's got good speed though, so it's very good at blocking. Yeah, it's at 8. Yeah, I was gonna say, I appreciate it if you wouldn't block. I'm a little bit worried that it'll get a second attack. If it keeps blocking us anyway. If it doesn't block us, then I'm not worried. 1 health. Okay, can I have an attack now? Thank you. We'll just use a regular. Right, we have 1 level 10 Arptron. We'll Great Walnut Levant up and we'll do it again. We'll get the other Arptron to level 10. So, to respawn this enemy, we can go through here, pick up the chest, and then head back. We'll also use sleep spores here to, not yet, but we will use sleep spores in this location in order to... Yeah, That's the maximum you can get from a Great Walnut, 3 max health. There we go. So yes, we'll use Sleep Spores to put the Pat Barons to sleep, which will then allow us to get to the Poacher without having to do any fights. They are higher level, the Pat Barons, than, say, the Shulias, so we'd get to a higher level from killing them, but the Shulia fight is far easier because you can just have Levant tank the spells, then switch to a minion to finish it off. Now, part of me wants to say you can defeat this Poacher with 2 level 10s and a level 11. Sort of in a similar style to the Spider Forest Poacher. We are not having good luck with these blocks. But the sensible part of my brain is telling me that I want 3 level 11s and maybe a level 12. Because again, we aren't trying to beat this as quickly as possible. We aren't trying to do the most optimal route. We are just trying to do it at all. Alright. That's fine. Alright, 2 attack up. We will increase our max health further. Go to 108. No, I want to... We still have more healing items. And while our minions could probably tank this damage now, we'd have the downside that they wouldn't be on full health for the Poacher fight. We do have some liquor, which will help. We'll get this Arpatron to hit it a couple times, then we'll switch to the Mardrake. The reason I want to do that is just because the Mardrake is slow. It's a slow minion. So the odds that the Shulia blocks it, quite high. There's definitely something said about using 3 Arpatrons for this run instead of 2 in a Mardrake. They do seem to be doing more damage so far, but I want what I want. I wanted to use a Mardrake. Oh, didn't respawn that time. Gonna respawn for me. This is not very polite of it, is it? We can go to the screen over here and find some more. There are 2 over here. I know I haven't healed Levant, it's because I'm going to use the minions to take some hits. Arpatron is more magically defensive than Mardrake, so it's better to have an Arpatron take the hit. This doesn't do too much. It does a little bit. We'll now switch to the Mardrake, who will take the second hit. see what I mean with the Mardrag is not quite as defensive, but because we switch minions there, we should be closer to full health. Yeah, there we go. And our level ups are still fairly significant in terms of how much power difference there is between, say, a level 10 and level 11. So this time we will have Mardrag tank the first one. I feel a bit bad for the Earth and Water Arpatron because it's probably getting the least love in terms of leveling and whatnot as a consequence of its element. There are a lot of air enemies in this game. But I would quite like to have everyone be level 11 before I fight the Poacher in this forest, which just means each of them defeating, defeating one extra Shullier, and then we'll go for it. It'd be probably more sensible to have one level 12, but I'd have to kill another 2 Shulliers for that. And that sounds like effort. Of course, there's probably going to be quite a bit more effort involved in taking down Tuturus, in terms of what levels we want. Probably want around level 14 for everyone. I don't think it's necessary for them to be level 14. But if we want to be safe, I would say level 14 is probably what you're looking at. Tuturus themselves is level 15, I believe. And I reckon that... Actually, I'm going to think about who I want to tank. Yeah, I still need these guys to tank the hits, because it's an air element, but yeah, I think 3 level 14s should be able to take down Tuturus. But that's after a bit more of a grindy section. It'll pick up the pace again. It'll slow down for Beetle Forest, pick up the pace again once we finish that, and then it shouldn't be too much longer till we can call time, perhaps. Yeah, this challenge is not a fast one. Not a fast challenge. So yeah, I need to remember for future reference if I'm doing an all bosses run that only the first goat has any elemental attacks. Only the first one. We will fully heal our minions. Because why not? Oh, I should also fully heal Avant in case we need to heal any of our minions for this fight, since we are doing it with level 11s, and I believe no, it's I think I forgot about the sleep spores. Go to sleep. Thank you. It's definitely possible to get past both of these enemies, by the way, without using the sleep spores. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to fight them. Pick up the key. And attempt to beat Poacher 3. Which will be, the 4th boss we fought? Yeah, it'll be the 4th out of 7. Sorry, not out of 7, I'm out. 4th out of... I can't... No, fifth. Fifth out of 13? Can I count? I don't think I can count. I need to think that through. Start Mardrek. Louis, Kikinak, 3 poachers. It's 5. Oh, because I'm forgetting about the chosen one. Earth boss, fire boss, wind boss. 3 earth boss ghosts. So that's 6, plus chosen one, 7. 7 plus 5, yeah, 12. Right? I'm not crazy when I say that's the amount of bosses. There is literally no difference between using special attack and not. Okay, so this is good. I think we were right to go to level 11. Mardrek's obviously not going to win this 1v1. But our Arpatrons should get... The first Arpatron should get like the clean kill on the Gig Goat, and the other one can kill the Poacher. I'm wondering if you could do this with 2 level 10s and a level 11 then. Probably. It would be a bit riskier. I also forget that that attack does do slightly more damage than neutral. So we'll switch to this Arpatron. It doesn't matter which one, actually. There we go. I can't remember if that's Break Legs or Rend Wind. I think it's Break Legs, which has an increased critical hit rate against postures that are considered bipedal or bipedal. If it's Rend Wings, it's increased critical hit rate against flying minions, which we don't have. Even though our minions have wings, or rather Arpatron has wings, they are not considered flying, so Rend Wings doesn't have an increased crit rate against them. I may risk trying to take down Tourist with 2 13s and a 14. I always think it's valuable to have one minion that's slightly higher level than the others. Just by like 1 level or something. I think with the Earth boss, though, we probably won't bother with that. We'll probably just have, like, 3 level 20s. Have them kill some spirals, get themselves up there. Excellent. Yeah, it's level 12, that poacher. Let's get the lava key. So the pupa key. We had the lava key earlier. And we already have the moth key. So I'm not sure what that's about. We left just because it's faster to even go back in. If the Asher / well, it'll now be an Asher. If that comes back, we'll attempt to run past it, but I'm not the best at that dodge. Nice, we managed it. So now we're just going to go to the end of this forest, and that can mark the halfway point. Well, I think we're actually past the halfway point for this run. There was a lot of setup at the start to give us access to a non-elemental attack. The start setup was long. I will pick up this skeleton key. So the only bosses we have to worry about now are Fire Boss, Wind Boss, Earth Boss. We don't need to worry about the Earth Boss ghosts, they're easy. Kashidra's probably not too hard on account of the element switching means that our own minions' elements aren't going to be that much of a problem, but we're going to need to be water to beat Tuturus, and we're going to need air minions to beat Delphinel, I think. Just to reduce the damage a bit more. Especially Mardreg with his poor special defense, or magic defense, I should say. If he was water, then Delphinel's earth magic would actually be a big problem, even though Delphinel's magic attack is lower than its regular. Delphinel's actually probably going to be the hardest fight in this entire run, because we're going to get another minion now, which is going to make fighting Tuturus much easier. Much easier, I think, because all of these bosses take reduced damage from regular attacks, so we're going to want special attacks, which we have, but 1.1 times damage, I don't think it's really gonna cut it. So we're going to get a new ability, a new non-elemental ability. That's really going to help us with our survivability and really help us against Tuturus specifically. Which is capturing Squimals or Patamantes, which have Absorb HP, which is a non-elemental attack. Which also does more damage than regular attacks, and I believe also more than our Horn neutral magic neutral special against bosses. Except Delphinel, where it's the other way around. Drain HP does nothing to Delphinel. Not literally nothing, but it does less than special neutral. Which is why Delphinel is going to be the hardest boss, because even Kashidra isn't like that. But Tuturus and the Wind Boss minion, which I'm going to try and remember / learn the name since this run, since we will have to fight that one. They take extra damage from Absorb HP, but not Delphinel. Those mantises, by the way, are also going to make us the correct element. They're going to make us water, because we're going to capture the water ones. We're only going to turn 2 of our minions to be fully water. And even though we can turn both, which is going to be both Arpatrons, and even though we can turn both Arpatrons fully water, with only 2 mantises, we are actually going to use 3. And that's for another reason. And that is that so Patamantes and Squimals are immune to having their health or mana drained. And if you merge a minion with a Squimal or a Patamante 3 times, then the minion you merged it onto also gains that property. You'll take reduced damage after the first and second times, but you'll take no damage the third time. And by doing that, that will make our minions immune to Tuturus' mana drain / mana destroy ability. So if Tuturus then does mana drain or mana destroy, it just gives us a free attack. We just get a free extra hit in. Which means, unlike the any percent run, you want Tuturus to do mana drain. Because it'll do no damage to us. Or no damage to our mana pool. So that's what the plan is. I had to think very hard about this route before I came here to do it today. I had to work out what minions will help us and what things will make it possible. And I think based on Tuturus having 1/3 of his attacks not do anything to us, should be enough so that 2 minions can take him down. So we're going to sell all our goodies. We're going to try and hold on to Great Walnuts if we can. Excellent liquor is not too useful to us. We need... Okay, we're gonna have to sell this because we need mirrors. So... We still need 2 mirrors. We may need a third, but we're going to be capturing minions. But what we do need, absolutely, is Little Bird. And a Sparrow Ruff. We may buy 1 set of sleep spores. You normally want 3. Sorry, 4 rather. But we can only afford 1. If we sell our Great Walnut, we could, but honestly I want to hold on to that. So our mission now is again get our minions to level 13, which is 1 higher than the mantises. And we'll save again here, just because we are a fair bit way far forward, comparative to where we were. In fact, I think we need to, because we're merging 3 of these mantises in them, we may want to get them to level 14 first. And that's because we're merging 3 mantises with them, which is going to pull their stats down, so it'd be better to level them up first and then pull their growth stats elsewhere with the squimmels. I'm not totally sure with how growth stats affect like that. Like whether or not it's a effect that works in that way. Or not. But either way, we won't worry too much about it. So, this Arbitron's our best bet. These guys have a strong magic attack, I'm sorry. Apologies for coughing. And I believe they also have break legs. So we'll get our Mardreg now to level 12 by defeating this Suave. Now a level 12 Arbitron's normally strong enough to kill Tituris, but that's if you have, you know, water elemental attacks. We don't have water elemental attacks, so we're going to need minions that are a bit higher level than that. I'm hoping that Mardreg will successfully kill this Suave and not be killed by its magic attack. Okay, I just didn't use it. You know, I'm not going to complain about that. There we go, Mardreg, now level 12. If you want to be efficient here, we don't really care about fighting the Suave, it's not level 12. It would take forever to level up to 14 from fighting Suaves. We don't need Mardreg to be level 14 because we're only going to merge Mardreg with 1 Squimmal. And the reason we're going to do that is because we're intending on killing Tituris with just 2 minions. So there's no benefit to giving Mardreg the immunity to mana drain if we're not intending for Mardreg to fight Tituris. Whereas we do want that immunity on both our Arbiterons. So here's a Squimmal. They are level 12 each. We are going to have to capture one with Levant. So we're going to need a lot of these. We need 7 in total to give 2 minions immunity. We don't necessarily need 2 minions to have immunity, but in which case we'd still need 4 to get 1 minion with immunity. But again, much with the Mardregs, I think we're better off killing Squimals first and then switching to capturing them afterwards. So that means it's a little bit tougher. There's the HP drain that we want. It's going to make them a bit of a pain to capture, because they have a lot of mana. Like Patimels, they're equally physical and magic oriented, which means they have a lot of MP. So taking it down is actually going to be quite a bit of a pain. We're killing this one with Mardreg, but we will weaken it with Arpatron right now, just because Mardreg's taking a bit of a beating. But Mardreg only needs to kill one, because we only need him to be level 13. So if we can use Arpatron here to... Okay, I think it's out of... Of course. Of course now it's out of mana drains. I need to work out how many they have. Because capturing them with Levant is going to be a pain. We need to get them to low HP, capture with Levant, who's 6 capture levels beneath the Squimmal. There we go, Mardreg level 13. There are 3 Squimals that spawn in this area. So there's one of them. We're just going to get these initial hits onto it because it's not going to attempt to HP drain us yet. And Mardreg has the highest attack out of any of our minions. There you go, the life draining starts. Switch to an Arpatron. It's probably faster to capture 3 Squimals, merge those onto our current minions. Merge all 3 of the Mardregs that we stored from earlier back onto the Mardreg. At which point he's done. He's done merging for the rest of the run. And then it'll go back to capture additional Squimals. Nice. Crits are very helpful when catching these guys. Or killing them, I should say. Either, really. But the reason why that might be faster is because then our Arpatrons and our Mardreg will do 1.2 times damage because of absorb HP, plus the 10% from the special attack on the Arpatron. But it also means that the Mardreg will be able to leverage much more of its power. There you go. Level 13 on that Arpatron. And then once we've done that, then we'll only need to kill one more Squimmal with Arpatron Mardreg, or both our Arpatrons and Mardregs. Basically this again, and then they'll go to 14, and that will be enough to take down Turturus, I think. So since we're in this later section of the game, I kind of want to be more careful with levels, since should we fail to beat Turturus, or fail to beat the Wind Boss or Delphinel, then we're in this sort of position where we have to capture a minion just to spin it to get more Deva's mirrors. Right, we only have one Deva's mirror that we need to beat Turturus with. So we're hoping that basically 1.5 minions is enough to beat Turturus, because we won't be able to protect a second one. Well, 2 minions, like, you get what I mean, like, if 1.5 minions can beat Tuturus, and that second one is poisoned, then we can switch to our third minion to finish off the fire boss himself. Okay, the Squimble is out of HP drain. Blocked a lot of our attacks though, which did a lot of damage to us. Oh, it's not out of HP drain, it just looked like it was. It just chose to not use it. That would have been pretty bad if our Arpatron actually finished it off there. We need this Arpatron to finish it off. Oh, it gets a turn. It's going to drain HP again. Nope, okay, cool. Okay, 3 level 13s. Capture 3 Squimbles. Leave, merge them in. Come back, capture 4 more Squimbles, leave. Merge them in. Fight Tuturus. It should be over here. For the respawn. May not have respawned, of course. Looks like we're having bad luck on respawns. None respawned again. Come on. I don't want to move to the next screen because it'll change the elements. This is a pain, isn't it? We don't want the fire ones. The fire ones aren't useful to us. While they will give us HP drain, they won't make us water, which is what we care about. Use this Arpatron. Get it down to red, capture it with Levant. Hopefully it will work. We are 6 capture levels beneath it. But once we have HP drain on these minions, that should do significantly more damage than this horn neutral attack we've been using. Just to get a little bit extra out of our minions and make it a little bit faster for us to beat those earlier bosses. We will need this. This horn attack blank is going to be needed to beat Delphinel, by my expectation, given that HP drain does reduce damage to Delphinel rather than more. I think it is going to be necessary to have picked up this attack. I had to do a lot of looking into the minion stats for this. Like what kind of damage they take from what attacks. That's how I know that if you hit Tuturus with the wind attack, it does the same amount of damage as if you hit Tuturus with an earth attack, even though he's fire. Kashidra actually takes reduced damage from all attacks. All the bosses do. Like, all bosses compared to regular minions take reduced damage. Oh, it's gonna get out. That was the risk when we're using capture level 6 versus 12. What do we do here now then? I think we switch to Mardreg. And we block. It's on too little health for us to attack it. Is it out of drains? I don't really want to have to hit it with Levant. But I can't tell if it's blocking because we're blocking. Because it might be that it blocks when you block. How much HP did it drain from us anyway? It took 18. I guess we are pretty heavily armoured. Ilbert has an elemental attack. We can't do that anymore then. Well, it's not an elemental attack, but it has an attribute on its attack, which I didn't like. I don't like that, so we won't be doing that anymore. That's vaguely close to breaking the challenge rules, so we won't be doing that. We may just have to keep trying to get this squimble to be caught. Can't do anything else. I know it looks like we have no hope of capturing it, but there is a small chance that we do succeed. I don't know what the chance is. The answer is not good. Would you please stop struggling and just go in the cocoon, please? You only get 12 attempts before we have to go home. And I would like to have a squimble. At least one before I go back. Just because once advanced level 12, capturing more is not going to be too much of an issue. Please go in the cocoon. Please. Thank you. Jesus Christ. There we go. We were a novice, and now we're immaculate. Right. We have one squimble. But on the plus side, capturing more should now be a lot easier. So now you can hear that music's changed for summoning minions. Why must they do this to me? Right. Once we capture 3, we'll be capture level 13.5. Once we're done capturing squimbles, we'll be... So we want 7, was it? Yeah, 7. So capture level 14 in a bit, I guess. I don't know if we quite make it to 15. I'm gonna defend here because yeah, there's the attempted drain. 49 health. It's in red. It's in red. The Vant should be able to capture it. Because this puts us at 13, then 2 more will put us at 14. Then it would take 4 more to get us higher up. Ah, okay. Okay, maybe not. I thought Levant would get a turn there, but apparently not. My concern here is that if I do a regular attack, that it'll kill the squimble. I'm not worried if it's at like 80 health. See, now I'm fine to attack it. $88 to 44. I think I defend again. And if he does a regular attack, then we use a regular attack. 88 to 45. 43. That might be within our boundaries if we just kill it. Okay, it goes to 2. It'd been nice if the last squimble was at 2. It would have been much easier to capture it. Yeah, our last captures will be in the dark spider forest. And that'll be for the purpose of so we have yeah, it'll be for our water Arpatron. It'll be to pull its stat growth back up towards attack, so that'll, because these merging with all these squimbles is going to pull them right down. The more squimbles we can capture here, the better. But I don't think we have enough attempts left to actually, I don't think we have enough attempts left to capture all 7 that we need. But you can see how much more damage that actually does to these squimbles, using this horn blank versus regular. Regular did about 43 damage. So it would be on 80 something, but yeah, 80 something, but not 80. So it's like, it's not that much more, but it is a bit. We do a regular attack because that'll put it down fairly far into red. There we go. Okay, and it's out of life drains. Yeah, this is very much so the second slow part to this run. We're probably going to be done at around 4 hours, I would say. Like, I don't know, like 3.5, 4. Somewhere within that boundary. Based on my current plan. Right, so we've got 3 squimbles, so we're gonna leave. So, yeah, okay, the experience of our minions is fine. We don't want them to level up while being merged. It may just be like my own superstition, but I feel that leveling up minions yourself not through merging actually results in a higher attack stat specifically. It's just a feeling I've had from playing. So we merge Mardreg with a Squimble. Now you see how this Squimble pulls down the attack stat, but it gives us Absorb HP and Medina. So we merge them. And now Mardreg can be made air again. So we'll merge them at them. So one more should do it. There we go, we end up with a minion that is purely air. We lose Medina again, of course. Now we merge Arpatron with this Squimble. We lose defense only this time. We don't lose any attack, but we do lose defense. But yeah, same thing as you'd expect. So you see how we still have 3 Mardregs. That's to turn this Arpatron back into being only air. So we're going to merge this Arpatron here. No, we're done. So that will have filled up their level gauges by half. So now if they kill one more Squimble, they go to level 14, which is what we want to defeat the Taurus. So we need to kill 3 more Squimbles, capture 4 more squimbles, and then we can fight a Taurus. But since we now have absorb HP on our minions, it should be a lot faster for us to kill them. I didn't notice the squirrels are actually less magically oriented than I thought they were. I thought the red dot you see on that merge mechanic would be right in the middle, and it isn't. It's slightly favoured towards attack, which is good, because it means we lose less attack as a consequence of doing this. I'm not too worried about the swabs. We only have 1 set of sleep spores. We're going to use that in the dragonfly forest, because I don't fancy fighting Amasags. Amasags are also immune to having their HP or mana drained, by the way. They would still die pretty fast, but they can pack a bit of a punch, which is less desirable for us. We can level pretty quickly to 20 because we just need to fight. Basically, we defeat the Earth boss ghost, which puts you at 19, then you kill 2 spirals. Takes you to level 20. We'll capture a couple spirals purely for the purpose of powering up our water arpatron to put its red dot in the top right, like how our Mardrag has it. The Mardrag is now done merging. It's not going to be merged again for the rest of this run. We'll get everyone to... Even though I'm only anticipating needing to use... Oh, I pressed the wrong one. Should use Absorb HP. Absorb HP will actually consume our mana though now. But so we did... How much? We did like 46? That... Oh, why am I doing the Absorb HP against the squimbles? Of course it doesn't. They're immune to it. I'm stupid. I'll be faster to kill the squimbles, he says, completely forgetting about half the reason why I'm capturing the squimbles. What is using your head? Don't know. No idea, never heard of using my brain. Is it an unnecessary organ? Go on, Mardrag, take down the squirrel. You only need to kill the one. But yeah, we're going to get Mardrag to 14, even though we aren't anticipating using him against a Taurus. In the event that we need to, it's better to just have him be level 14. He's going to have little wings for the rest of the run. Alright, 1 level 14. Quite like the wings on Mardrag, they look kind of cute. Not like this abomination. What have I done to you? Oh, they're gonna get more spindly as well. I'm so sorry, I can't believe I've done this to you. You're a monster. Well, this squimble is not having any of our attacks. It doesn't want anything to do with us. Yeah, get them to level 14, they'll deal more damage. Easier to get them into red, capture 4 more faster. Once we have those 4 more, we're out of here. And by out of here, I mean going straight to the final boss of this final boss. Going straight to Sturus, the fire boss. We should also take reduced damage from Absorb HP, which will make it a little easier. because we've been merged with a squimmal. So you see we took significantly less damage from absorb HP, and that's because we've been merged with a squimmal. But if you merge with 3 squimals, you gain immunity. And we want immunity from having our mana drained, because we have 51 mana, which means we get 5 drain HPs on our minion. But if we take any mana damage more than 1, then we lose one of those attacks. And that's why we want to gain this immunity. Once we beat Taurus, the water-air Arpatron is going to be merged with a bunch of Mardregs to become air again, and then that one will be done. And it'll be just the sad water-earth Arpatron merged at the start, neglected as a consequence of their element, is going to be the one that's merged last, and it's going to be our sole water minion that we have left over. And thus is going to be vitally important for defeating Kashidra. Probably won't get the killing blow, let's be real. Probably won't get that. But they have the spirit of a winner. They have the spirit of what will win the fight. They are our favourite, even if they are the neglected child. Alright. Now they're all level 14, we just need to capture the 4 squimals. It's an exciting run, isn't it? Let me fight the same enemy several times in a row. All game long. First it was the Mardregs. Then it was the... I can't remember what they're called. They're one of the chews. The ones with critical in Spider Forest. I can't remember the actual name of that species. And then it was the Shulias / Asher. Now it's the Squimmal. And then it'll... and... yeah, and we'll do it like one more time and then we should be fine. Once we're in the Earth Spider Forest, we shouldn't have to worry about it anymore. I'm gonna use a regular attack. Just because I'm concerned about killing it. If I use the drain HP, odds of killing it quite high. That should do basically nothing. Yeah, 4. Switch to Levant. I'm talking about this as if it's way better planned than it is. Like, oh yeah, I need 4 because it'll stop the... because we're on 51 mana. We'll probably have more mana after we merge more squimals into them. But I'd rather play it safe and be immune to Taurus's life drain. Sorry, mana drain. None of the enemy, and none of the bosses have none of the bosses have life drain. Alright, advanced level 14, that's gonna make it a little easier. Number 2. Aren't you glad there won't be any more ability farming after this? Yeah, we needed to hold on to those Mardregs for ages, just so we can change our element back later, because otherwise we'd be forced to capture probably Hakaroos from here, and we'd be here for even longer. Also, the fights earlier on would have been harder, because I said we had our attack increased by merging in a Mardreg, we increased the attack of the Arpatrons, which probably made those poacher fights a little bit easier. So I think it was just best to have Mardregs. Mardregs are also level 3, so you don't have to worry about the whole level up thing. If that is indeed a thing, which I feel like it is, but again, I can't confirm that. Like, I can't confirm that in terms of here's some code that proves it. Here's the source code that validates what I'm saying. But yeah, like, Arbitron will normally end at like 46 attack. We want them to be around 51. Something like that, like 50, 51. Mardrake will definitely be in the 50s, I think. Before the final boss fight. Possibly as a consequence of killing Delpha now. Yeah. If you wanted to get more Deva's mirrors or whatever, we would sell our Tendai Uruku, but I want to keep that for revival options between Earth Boss and Kashidra. Because I have no idea. We only have one Deva's mirror. I could get more Deva's mirrors, but I don't really like switching into Levant during a boss fight, if at all avoidable. Like, I'm used to doing it once for fighting Tuturus to heal Arpatron. But I'd rather not do it if it can be avoided. These Squimals are now doing no damage to us because they keep trying to drain our health and it just doesn't do anything. This is number 3 that we should just get a nice comfortable capture on. Yeah, we'll want for our water Arpatron, we'll probably want 1, maybe 2 spirals. We don't need very many. We'll just want the 1 or 2. Because we don't need the life drain immunity. Or mana drain immunity, I should say, and I mean, yeah, we should have 3 smalls, yeah, cool. And it will increase the speed will go up, the attack will go up, and the magic defense will go up, is what that should do. And I'm willing to take any attack we can get so that we can complete this run. What I don't want to do is get all the way to Kashidra and find, oh, you can't defeat Kashidra with non-attacks. Or that Delphinel has, because Delphinel has that reduced mana health drain affinity, that reduced drain affinity, that you can't kill him with the horn neutral attacks. I can't remember if I think the actual bosses themselves, like Fire Boss, Wind Boss, Earth Boss, Chosen One, I don't think you can drain their health. Or you might, or it might be less damaging to them than regular attacks. I'm not sure. I looked it up, but before I as part of planning this challenge, the route for the challenge that I was going to take, because I didn't want to just start the challenge, be completely out of my depth in terms of not knowing where I want to go, what minions I want to capture. I wanted to go in knowing, and you know, like if I didn't think to capture all those Mardregs early on, we wouldn't be able to get easily back to wind and that kind of stuff. So I did look it up then, but I cannot remember it for the life of me. Okay, so both our Arpatrons are going to return to their original element now. At the 3-hour mark, our Arpatrons will become water once more. As soon as we defeat the tourists, one of them's going to become heir. We'll just merge in those 3 Mardregs into it and make it become heir again, because that'll help against Delphino. Right, merge this Arbitron with a Squimble, please. So this is, yeah, this is just taking stats away from us, but the life / mana drain immunity is worth it. I'm hoping that we don't lose 1 more mana. I would like to keep... Okay, yeah, we keep 50. We have exactly 50. We do lose 1 attack now. We gain 1 health. But I think that's worth it. Okay, so this one, Squimble, goes to 50 mana. Okay, last Squimble. Okay, cool. So these guys are gonna be real. Oh, I'm gonna feel bad for them. They're gonna look real weird. I'm gonna be very spindly, boys. Very spindly Arbitrons. So now we are going to just go straight to fighting Tuturus. We're just going to run over to Tuturus. I don't know why I went to the menu. I thought to go in the menu. Oh, check my health. I literally just healed. Use your brain. Engage brain. As usual, since we're just doing a challenge. And I've had technical difficulties in the past where my emulator has crashed. We are going to save. That safety save we did ages ago, when I was just making sure, like, checking that the glitch worked for, you know, for checking that it would work for the elements. It was kind of unnecessary, but I wanted a safety save in case that just wouldn't work. So we'd keep Levant's capture level. I have heals. I have Bitter Mugwort, so I can just run from these swabs. There's going to be a lot of fights we have to run away from, but there shouldn't be a second swab here, there should only be the one. I was prepared to eat my words, I was like, oh no, there's going to be a second now. So, we're going to have to run from this fight, then we're going to have... Sorry, we ran from that fight, we're going to have to run from either a Hakaru or a Suave, it depends which one spawned in the following screen, past the Squimbles, because we can just run straight past the Squimbles now. There is a wrong warp we could try here, I'm not going to bother. Just because the gain's very small and I don't really want to run through this forest again. It's something that's potentially worth doing in an 80% run, or is worth doing in an 80% run. It's not really worth it for this. Yeah, so this is either a Suave or a Hakaru. It's a Hakaru. You could spore there, if you had sleep spores to skip past these guys. We're going to try and run. Thank you. I appreciate the cooperation. Yeah, if there are any challenge runs you guys would like to see, just let me know. Either in the chat during the stream or in the comments section afterwards. I have a fair few ideas for runs I can do. Hopefully ones that aren't quite this long. Just because we're doing minimal damage due to our non-elemental requirement and all the setup we have to do. There's a Squimble and a Hakaru. Is that thing running in towards me? I can't. The screen's really hard to like see where you are. There we go. I'm gonna walk, like, slowly here. because if we walk, we can just go straight past the Hackaroo and then start running. That's what I meant, where if you walk near them, then you can just go straight past. So, Fire Boss, finally. We may be done with captures now. We can capture some spirals to power up our Opatron, our water one, which I probably do want to do. But I don't think it's required. Alright, Fire Boss. We will Deva's mirror one of our Opatrons. Okay, and he's going to get an extra turn on this Opatron. And then we'll get 2, much like, or at least that's what I'm anticipating. Which should be much like the regular run. Yeah, there's his turn. Oh my god, he's so spindly! Oh, I'm so sorry, Opatron. Oh, I'm sorry that I did this to you. So we'll absorb HP. Yeah, it doesn't do too much. Since we're on near max life, we'll just do a regular attack here. Oh, it doesn't do much, does it? We do a lot. Those absorb HP does a lot more damage, it seems. So I'm hoping for this. Yes. Does absolutely nothing. Yeah, he wants to scary now to tourists now that that doesn't work on us. That still works on us. He's worked it out. He's worked it out. We don't want the poison tails. Ooh, critical hit. That's very good. We can switch to our other Opatron just to get more, just to kill him faster, but we might just start defending to get mana back. Because it's taking him a long time to kill us, on account of the life drain. So we'll defend, and if he doesn't... Yeah, that's fine. Six mana back at a time. Oh, I was hoping one last time that he would do mana drain for us. We're not going to be able to get any extra out of this, so we're going to go for this, and then we'll go for regular now. You can see like there's a real power difference between the two attacks at this point. Which is why I'm worried about Delpha now. Because that's what that's gonna do the most damage to Delpha now. Of those two attacks. That's actually gonna be more. This could poison. And now that this one's poisoned, we'll switch to our other Opatron. Which should now be able to cleanly take down Totores. This one could also get poisoned. It's worth mentioning. And if it is, we can delay the poison killing us with the health drain. We have 5 of them. Oh, Totores, you're too kind. Thank you for trying to drain my mana. Or destroy it. There is a destroy mana and a drain mana ability in this game. I don't know which one Totores has. It'd make more sense to me if it was destroy mana, but it could be drain. I almost never use destroy mana. I do use drain mana. It's very good in the Eternal Corridor. But to be fair, in the Eternal Corridor I actually do use non-elemental minions anyway. That's what I drew on from to attempt this run, was the fact that in the Eternal Corridor, I believe the strongest minions you can have are non-elemental anyway. So we just want to finish off the turret here. And now we'll poke Fire Boss. And we'll switch to Mardrake once this Arpatron's taken too much damage. I will try a Life Drain to see if it works. It does work, okay. That might do a lot less damage though, so we will compare to a regular. Yeah, okay. See what I mean? Like, the damage percentage, or the damage values certain types of attacks do to these enemies is very variable. It's like, now it's better to use a regular attack and draining does very little, whereas against Aturus, Horn regular does very little and draining does more damage. So I was right when I thought they did. Mardrake still has the highest attack of any of our minions, which is why I wanted to bring him along. And not have 3 Arpatrons. He's less accurate, but he does more damage. I think 1 regular attack should finish it off now. There we go. And that's Fire Boss done without any elemental attacks. And he died to an air minion at the end of it all. So Wind Boss, Earth Boss, Ghosts, and Chosen One to go. So we have got a bit of a plan here. We're not going to fight the Wind Boss first. We're going to fight the Earth Boss Ghosts first. Then we're going to leave the forest and go back and fight the Wind Boss when we're level 19 and just sort of cheat our way through that one. If we have 3 level 19s, we may die, because one of the Earth Boss Ghosts is right next to a Turgrip and a Carmine. I don't know why I'm going that way. I actually think I can just go straight in. Oh. There is an optimal route where you only have to get 1 stream transition instead of 3 there. So we want to Sleep Spores this time. So we're going to do the standard any percent tactics here, where we're going to... Sorry, yeah, we're going to go in, wrong warp into the Dark Spider Forest, then fight the Earth Boss Ghosts. That's my plan here. Which will get our level 15s and 14 up to level 19. Which should be more than enough, even without a Deva's Mirror, to take down the Wind Boss. And we do have the revival item, should we need it. I'd appreciate it if we weren't just killed by Hirosag here. That would please me if we didn't die to the Hirosag. Thank you. We can run past the second one. Because we failed an escape, I may heal if the next enemy is also a Hirosag. Even if it's a Dongle, maybe I should run. Sorry, maybe I should heal. You know, I won't heal in case... If this one hits us, then we have the Zulmus as well. I think we live 1 hit from it. So these have fire attack plus power, which does increase damage. There we go. If we get into any dire straits later on, we will just capture minions in order to spin them for money, in order to get our hands on an extra Deva's Mirror or healing items if we really need to. But I don't think that'll be necessary. So Zulmo here. I think because we weren't hit by the Dongle, we don't need to heal. It's only 1, which gives us better escape odds, I think. Thank you for cooperating, Zulmu. And this is the part where I really wanted to know. Oh. Sorry, I pressed X and it didn't take us out of the menu, it just did nothing. Is if we miss this wrong warp, I wouldn't want to waste items healing. So we want to land this wrong warp now. I would very much so like us to hit this wrong warp. Even though this one is often the bane of my existence. That's too early? Yeah, it was, okay. Oh, I tried pressing circle there. I don't care too much about the element, because our plan here is to fight Earth boss ghosts, not fight a spiral like in the any %. Run in and out, in and out. It's worth the risk. I'm not sure if that's far enough forward, but it's worth the try. Hey, nice, nice. Yeah, so because if we hunt a Zeering out of the forest, from here, we go back into the Dragonfly Forest, while we're killing every boss, there's nothing that says we have to kill the bosses in the correct order. So we're just gonna go this way instead. And since we ran from all those fights, our minions should be fully healed. So we're just gonna go to all three Earth boss ghosts to get level 19 minions. If we can, we'll also capture a spiral if we manage to get out of where the Carmines are. So these are characters we could have met if we, you know, were completing the game normally. They are optional. This is the one that we would have given the Kickleberry, but we wanted the Kickleberry. It does nothing for us, but we are just greedy, so we wanted it. So this is an Earth boss ghost. Killing it does not count as beating the Earth boss. And it has no summon. It doesn't summon Delphi now. So, takes more damage from these regular attacks. And I believe in the 1v1 of this fight, because we aren't using an elemental attack, and we're using a Mardreg. I should probably be using an Arpatron, really. We do have more speed than him, of course. I do believe we still win this, just because of the speed difference. Oh, nice, a block. Never gonna complain about a block. Mardreg is on a roll, Jesus Christ. Okay, I was going to say 3 blocks in a row would be a little bit. That would be all the rest of my luck for the run in just Mardreg blocking Earth Boss, which I think he already beats anyway. I mean, you can see that he does a fair bit of damage to us still. If we had an elemental attack, again, we'd probably just outright kill the Earth Boss very quickly, without it being even remotely this close. It's not close still, but it wouldn't be. If he was hitting us and we weren't blocking, we'd be on a lot less health. So level 19. There we go, look at that Mardreg. 50, you see what I mean? 50 attack on the Mardreg. At level 19. I think that is a bit higher than you normally have it in the any % run. So now we can use that Mardreg to weaken the other Earth bosses for the Arpatrons. Not that we have to, not that there's any real need to, but we can. So we'll take it. We also want that minion to kill 2 spirals now, and then it'll be high enough level. Spirals are going to be the last thing that we fight, really. I will fight this thing normally just so that we can guarantee getting to all of these ghosts. Dying out of here can be annoying. You know, if we dying out of the spider forest when you want to be there, and having to go back to the dragonfly forest and having to do the wrong whoops again, as again probably anyone who's done the any percent run knows, is incredibly annoying. We can drain health as well from this torrent to heal our Mardreg, which we'll probably do. We can do one and we'll regenerate it. We'll regenerate the mana. And this Mardreg's not getting merged anymore, so I'm not worried about levels or anything like that. I just want to get this Mardreg to 20. And then we're done leveling it. Yes, that's like a quarter of the XP bar. There's another one. Way to be annoying. Well, it's fine, because once it kills this, we'll use Mardreg to kill a spiral. It'll be done leveling. It'll be level 20 then. I think 20 should be... should be enough. This Torrent is dodging all of our attacks. Making us sad. Yeah, these guys have Earth Attack plus... I think these guys have Earth Attack plus power? You can get... The Carmines and the Tear Grips have their respective elements attack plus critical, which increases the critical hit chance. This guy just has plus power, which I believe makes it 1.4 times damage instead of 1.2 times. Something like that. I think it makes it equivalent to a 3rd tier magic spell. So you have like Agni, Agnis, Agnia. Agnis actually has less power than Agni. It has a 95% power. Agni is 100, and then Agnia has 140%. It does way more damage. Oh, okay. I want to run from this fight. I just don't want to have to deal with both of them. Well, we failed to escape, so I guess we will have to deal with them. I don't want to risk death. Death is too much of a problem for us here. I'm quite happy that I get to play this safely in comparison to the speedrun. It's much more comfortable for me. I can probably afford to use more mana on account of the fact that we aren't going to be using any against the Earth Boss. I don't know why I did that. There's no real reason to have used that. It's still Mardreg, it doesn't benefit from that damage. I can't even tell if it does more damage to the... I suppose that'll be the next thing to check, right? Does it do more damage against... the Earth Boss than the regular attack? The only thing I think the Horn attack is definitely stronger for is against Delphinel, but it's primarily for the Arpatrons, which have that 1.1 times damage on it, which makes it strictly better than the regular attack in all contexts. I don't know if it's true for the Mardreg, but I didn't want him to feel left out. Yes, that Mardreg is so close to level 20 now. Right, here's the second one. there are 3 of these in total, which is each family member of Totoyamu, which is the... Is it Totoyamu? I'm not sure, but it's Mamon's family. But if you go to where you would have found Mamon before, they won't be there. Because Mamon's the actual Earth boss, along with Marbu. So, switch to the Mardreg, because the Mardreg's going to do a lot more damage to this ghost. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's do the regular attack, see how it does. I think it does the same. Of course, might do more damage to Delphi now. Don't know. I'll assume that it does for the sake of, I mean, it'll either do more or it will do the same, right? It won't do less. So I'll operate under that assumption. I'm so sorry, Arbitrary. You're so spindly. It's okay, I'll fix you up after this. One thing we could have done, which I forgot to do, is we could have already merged the other Arbitron to be Mardregged again. But I don't think it's going to make a huge difference at this point. We will do so, obviously, to make it strictly air before we fight Kashidra, but I just need to remind myself to do that. Right, I didn't do it already, did I? Yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. So there's only one more Earth boss ghost that we can fight. Excuse me. Oh, it's another one of these. Well, I guess Mardreg will kill it, and that'll get him to the required level 20. Not required, preferred level 20. Having as many levels as possible within reason. It'll take too long to get to level 21, so that's why we're not doing that. But Delphinel's the final boss, because draining HP makes it simple, right? If draining HP does a lot of damage, your minions survive a lot longer, which makes up for the fact that you're doing a lot less damage. But Delphinel, for some reason, normally a bit of a pushover, decided that for once he should be the main character and not Kashidra as far as bosses go, or Taturas. And they should take the limelight by being resistant to having their life drained. There we go, Uglum dead. Oh, excellent. Okay, I'm not going to complain about that. And level 20. So, yeah, so far so good. This spiral, oh sorry, it's a gyral, because it's a water one. We'll try and kill it with this Arbitron. We'll start with the Mardreg, but we'll switch into the Arbitron. I don't think it's necessary to start with the Arbitron and switch into the... Sorry, start with Mardreg and switch to the Arbitron. I just want to. Because of course we do have Drain HP on the other one. That, I believe, is Rend Wings. I believe that's the default ability of this family of minions. I believe none of them have magic either except the air one, which has... I don't know the name of it. the name of the ability, but it's the one which protects. It Deva's mirrors. It Deva's mirrors you. Right, Gangliopatron. Take down the gyral. Yeah, he does more than enough damage. He's fine. We'll drain HP, I guess. Ah, back to full. I mean, we would have regenerated it anyway, I just wanted to. I think Horn Attack's animation's actually slightly faster though. There we go, that's half EXP till level 20. There'll be one more gyral that we have to fight, because it's kind of... Well, I think you can actually run past it, but we will fight it for the sake of... I think if you like wait a long time, it's possible for it to be in a position where you can dodge it. But we're going to fight it anyway, because then this Arpatron will be level 20. And while we want to capture a gyral, and we do want to capture a gyral specifically, not a spiral, I don't want to risk not getting our last minion to level 19 on the last Earth boss, Ghost. Just because these gyros can do a fair bit of damage, and again we are four capture levels beneath the minion, which can make it a real pain to capture. But I would like to cure this Water Arpatron of its gangliness by merging it with a gyral or two before we get to the end of the game. Such a poor boy. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, please heal. Thank you. And then one regular attack. Crits, of course. Yeah, that's a useful time to crit. Gyros and spirals are actually amazing minions. If you could capture them early on, then you can bet your ass I'd be using them. But you encounter them way too late in the game for them to be useful to you, which is very sad. So I need to make sure that I dodge the Carmine here, because it can kill us very easily. Right, yeah, so it goes that way, and then we run in here. Getting out of here again is the tricky part. That's where we risk death. There's Yamu. He appears in the in Jade Cocoon 2, and hasn't really grown much. There we go, Earth boss once more. May as well use this Arpatron. So yeah, getting out of there again is the problem. If I had a Sleep Spore, I'd use that. Then we'd try to capture 2 gyros if we could. Yeah, we tried to capture 2 gyros to make this Arpatron slightly less gangly and a bit more speedy. The Arpatron we're going to use to finish off this Earth boss, of course, is also gangly, but is about to become much more Mardreg-like. I'm going to defend because I can't guarantee that the other Arpatron's going to get an extra turn. In fact, it's very unlikely to. There. To be fair, this Arpatron could probably beat the Earth boss in a 1v1, but I think it's slightly faster to just damage it with the other one first. So hopefully when we come back here, We'll just need to fight a gyral or two. Possibly capture one or two. 47 on that Arbitron. I think the Mardrag merges are going to push that up to 49, maybe 50 though. So yeah, we have to dodge this Carmine or successfully run away from the Carmine, which is going to be hella difficult. And by hella difficult, I mean it's basically always fails. And this is a very hard fight to run away from because these are the Tahambu is very fast, so we can die in one shot. So I think we're dead now. If the Tahambu like goes for a crit, okay, we may get. I just don't want to fight, but I just don't want to fight both of them. I'm fine leaving here and going to fight. Like if I get killed, I'm fine to leave. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to complain about living. So anyway, yeah, back to what I was planning on doing, which is attempt to capture a gyro. We might just die to a gyro. The elements also switched, so I'm going to have to switch it back. I'm not sure which loading zone I want to switch that. I'm not perfectly knowledgeable on which loading zones in this forest change the elements. I know ones that... I know some that do. Because of course the oh, the spiral didn't respawn. We want the Uglam to be air. So you see it's earth right now, so we want that to be air. And I think we can make it air by going here. Yeah, because it lines up with that. When that one is... When the Turgor is a Babensa? Babensa, I think is. Then, like now. Now the Uglam is also air, and the spiral is a gyral. So if we go over here now, we should have a shot now at capturing. I will heal Levant actually because we have extra mugwort, and spirals can be tricky to capture because they deal a lot of damage. So gyrals can be. And Keely for us, it's dangerous because we're 4 capture levels beneath it. So we use Mardrag. If we can capture 2 of these, then we are done. Maybe 3 at a stretch. But then either way, capture 2, capture 3. Capture 2 and die, try and capture 3, fail. We're fine with that. Because we're going to leave the forest if we successfully capture 3 anyway. Which HP is... So 178, we want it to be higher than 89 when we hit it next time. That's cutting it close. I'm going to switch to an Arbitron because they have a lower attack stat, and we're going to use a regular attack. There we go. 16 is very close to death, so that's going to give us the best odds we're going to get at capturing. Aside from, you know, hitting with critical and putting on 1 health, there is very little we could do to be better equipped to capture this. It's at what? 10% health is 44, so it's like 2-3% health. Please just go in. Nice! Gangly Arbitron isn't going to be quite so gangly anymore. We're now like, I think it's called like champion or something. So we should just be able to reload these 2 loading zones, and that should be enough to respawn the gyro. There you go. I'm sure you're sick of watching me capture minions, but... well, capturing the same minions over and over again. That's going to be a bit longer than 4 hours, possibly because we're doing these unnecessary captures. Or, well, they're not unnecessary, they're not planned. I just think this will make our gangly Arpatron a little less gangly. And I would like him to regain some of that bulk he lost. I mean, 77. 90. We'll do the same thing again, we'll switch to another Arpatron. This Arpatron does need to level up 1 more time. Just because I'd like to take it safe and have all my minions be level 20. I think I'm right in saying that I don't need to remove the abilities of the gyros. They have rend wings, but I think it's claw, isn't it? Yeah, it's claw rend wings, so it shouldn't interfere with our drain HP, and even if it did, it should. The only thing we couldn't cap, if it was horn rend wings, then that could cause us a problem, because it would remove our manaless ability from our Arpatron. And we like the fact that that ability is manaless, because it means all of our mana can go into using life drains, and then our Arpatrons can still do a bit of extra damage with their horn attack, because of it costing no mana. Alright. We don't mind if Levant dies. We have achieved all we set out to. We're just going to try and capture a 3rd gyro. For the sake of stat boosts. Or potential stat boosts. Do the exact same thing again. I got the little wings, they got like armor at the end of them. I get that that's just like the Mardreg texture, but they're like steel wings, but just still transparent because they're vaguely bug-like. I'm not sure how that works, is it supposed to be just like ultra-thin armor? Ultra-thin armored wings? I don't know. But anyway, and only air and earth and chosen one left, all the ghosts are dead. I think gyros actually also have the special attack, plus 10%. At least I think the gyros do and not the spirals. I think spiral is the... I think spiral is just like one of the family. The naming convention of minions is a bit weird, because some of them are really consistent, like the Wasp family, right? All of them except the Patimo have Wasp in the name. But some of them are just complete, like every member is completely different. Like the Hackaroo, for example, all of their family members have completely different names. And I think that's also true with the turtles. And like, I find those are the ones that are hard to remember, because they're all totally different from each other. Whereas some of them are much more consistent. Anyway, we've left. We might be able to get a level 21, to be honest. If we use our level 20 Arbitron after these merges and kill one more Spiral, it'll be level 21. Which is probably higher than we need it, to be honest, but we are just trying to win the game here. Delphinel's the fight I'm worried about. I'm not worried about Win Boss because we are now so over-leveled to fight it. So over-leveled. Okay, so this one needs to be made air again. So you can see he's going up to 48 attack from this Mardreg. I think we might just hit 50 with it. Okay, yeah. Wait, how is it already completely air? You know, I'm not gonna think about it. Not gonna lie, that's probably still worth. Alright, so yeah, completely air, completely air. And now this one will be... So there you go, straight to 50, because these... Yeah, and it gives us rend wings. We won't be using that, but you can see it's just we have way more attack on this water Arbitron. Because we're going to give it even more, and the speed and magic defense go up, the health goes up even more. Crazy amounts of stat boosts. Oh, it's so good. Look at that. 42. Sorry, 52 rather. On a level 20 Arbitron. You see the red dots all the way up in that corner. Sadly, it doesn't have 50 mana anymore, it's under 50, but if it gets to level 21, it might just hit that number. So now we're going to go back into the forest normally. So I'm just... Yeah, 48, that's 48. So 2 48s. I expect that the Mardregified Arbitron will probably hit 50 after leveling up once more, and hopefully our Water Arbitron also hits 50. Just because that means one extra life drain attack. Not useful against Delphinel or the Earth Boss or the Chosen One, but is good against Kashidra. So going back through here, I think we will fight this enemy just because it's level 13. Right, I have 560 health on this Arbitron. And we also have Rend Wings, which has increased critical hit rate against this thing. There you go, now he's a chunky boy. He's standing upright. I don't know what I expected. I mean, it's a gyral. The Arbitron is now a gyral. Sorry, it looks so funny to me. I'm sorry, I can't restore your original appearance. I would have to have... If I hoarded Arbitrons, kept saving and reloading, and just capture more and more Arbitrons, we could have made that one look like Arbitron again. There we go, that was a bit of a weird dodge, but we did it. Yeah, we could have made them look like Arbitron again, but we, I didn't really fancy saving and reloading over and over and over just to get additional Arbitrons to do that with. I think we'll run from this one. These guys have very high defense. It has 300 health and it's level 13 or something. Sorry, level 14. They get crazy amounts of health. Very slow minions though. They pack a big punch, but they're very slow. I think they have some of the highest base attack in the game as well, actually. They're also very defensive. I'm not sure. It's just me, or is that Zulmo purple? Oh, it went first. That might be an issue. I mean, we'll heal up again, because why the hell not? At this point, why not? We have more bit at my more, we may as well run if we're going to heal Levant anyway. Yeah, we'll get, yeah, they're purple looking, aren't they? Why are they purple? Right, heal Levant. With one of our many bitter mugworts left. We will not use a mirror here. I don't think it's necessary. This boss can inflict sleep upon us, which does. It's not irrelevant. Also, it bothers me that it's called Wind Boss. The element is air. Right, the element is air, it's yellow. It's got an A. The others are all correct. Why is this one wrong? Who decided to name this one Wind Boss instead of Air Boss? Who is in charge of the translation? I want a word. Oh, I love the timing on the music on this, by the way. Use Ardreg first, I suppose. Regular attack. Centurions are going to be a bit of an issue. Cetarian, that, okay. Remember the name Cetarian. So we're going to drain its life. Well, that's rude. Doesn't want us draining its life. Oh, that's a lot of damage. So Cetarian's actually very strong. Oh, sleep. I think Cetarian... Yeah, it's going to heal itself. Which is a bit of a pain. I think Mardrake just might not be very good for this fight. Oh, come on, are you serious? I think Mardrake just might die. Okay, that's not very good, is it? Try level 19 Arbitron. We're so many more levels than the boss, but we're still struggling. Yeah, okay, absorb HP is the way to go. I just don't want to do it when we are already on max life. It's just not efficient. I think that's what we want to see. Wind air attack. We are out of mana for this attack, so let's switch to our strongest Arbitron, which should be able to handle it. So we'll use our regular attack again. This Arbitron has the highest attack by far, and is higher level than the other one, so we should be good. Just gonna drain HP here, and that should be enough. Okay, okay, Cetarian. Go back to regular attacks. We do have revival items if we need it. Okay, that should be it now. That should be win, boss. If he didn't block! So rude! I don't want this Arbitron to die because it's close to level 21. There we go. Okay. Jesus Christ. That boss fight is hard. That makes me worried about Delphi now. That gives me reason to worry about Delphi now.
Man shall have...
Just going to mash through here. We'll heal, and then we will go to the spider forest. So we're basically done now, in terms of... We aren't capturing any more minions. We aren't obtaining anything... Sorry, we aren't capturing any more minions. We don't need to kill many minions. We may kill... I would say like 3. For the express purpose of getting our remaining Arbitron to level 20 and our strong Arbitron, which I think is now our strongest minion. It has a lower, attack stat than our Mardrake still. I believe Mardrake has the highest. And then we will go to do, yeah, then we will go to do Delphinau and Kashidra. And hopefully we'll be able to fully heal between the fights. We do have those revival items, which are useless to us during the fight with Kashidra, because we could just die if that happens. I think if we kill Kashidra, then final boss fight is free. I think, like, Chosen One is free. So, how much EXP are our minions on? Oh, that Arbitron already made it level 21. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's insane. That Arbitron is so strong. Okay, that Arbitron is by far our strongest minion. That's actually really strong. 54 attack at this stage in the game. I say at this stage of the game. That's very high attack. Sorry, my voice squeaked again. That's very high attack for the main game. It's obviously not crazy for the Eternal Corridor. I think the highest attack stat I've ever had on a minion was about 75, which was a gyral-based non-elemental minion in the Eternal Corridor, which is what inspired my thoughts to do this run. I obviously don't have the save file with that on these sets of memory cards, but it's what I used to get to the. Essentially, I think I got to Corridor 47 or something like that with it. It's level 33. May as well drain HP here. And yeah, we got to 50. We got to 50 mana again on this. So we'll switch to our level 19 now. It just needs to kill 2 spirals to get to level 20. It doesn't take very many. But yeah, I'm a little bit nervous given how that Cetarian fight went. I'm probably still not saying it's probably like Cetarian, it's set as something, isn't it? Right? I'll read it, I'll learn it. I'm sorry that I don't know. I'm sorry that I don't know. Maybe that's why he's so strong. The problem is the sleep status condition, right? So if I had another mirror, I could probably do that more easily. Granted, Mardrake went down real easy. Mardrake did not stand much of a fight there. Stand up to much of a fight there. Is that the right phrase? I feel like it might not be. I actually forgot that I needed to attack with the other minion. Oh, I'm so glad that survived. I was thinking to myself, oh, I'll just use the attack and kill it, you know. Completely forgot that I meant to kill it with a different minion. Okay, here we go. Oh, critical hit. I wonder how much more than 1 damage it needed to do. I love a critical hit on 1. It's so funny. Okay, all of our minions have exactly 50 mana. That's hilarious. They all have exactly 50. Okay, so Delphinel's the big worry here. We can't drain the HP of Delphinel. We just can't. And our strongest minion is water. So our strongest minion is water. So that's gonna be fun. Oh, I missed. I was so sure that was right. It looked right. But I missed. Okay. If I was doing the run right now and that missed, I'd be like, I'd have a meltdown. I'm like, are you serious? But okay, it's fine because we're We're going into the Dark Spider Forest every time anyway. So it's not the end of the world. So I was just adjusting my mic there. But that's I did not expect that to miss. I thought that was right on the money, if I'm honest. I must have been facing the wrong direction. I think that might be it, but I've backed out of it. No, it's never mind. That looks right to me now, but foot's in the door. Face the wrong way? Face the wrong way. Okay, I'm messing up for... Never a clean run, is it? Well, that's a lie. I can do clean runs where I don't miss these, but I'm getting impatient. I'm getting impatient. I want to get to these final 2 boss fights, because those 2 are really the answer to can you clear this game without any elemental attacks at all. You know, because the others, like the wind boss, you can skip past it. Tourist was free, basically, once we had that immunity, but these ones we can't do. Oh, I think that's it, but I'm going to back out anyway. It wasn't. It's right there. It's right next to it, but it wasn't quite where I was stood. Yeah, Tourist was basically free. You can skip the wind boss. So these 2 really answer the question of can you beat this game without any elemental attacks. Because of course with Delphinel you can't drain his health very easily, you do very little damage doing that. We're going to have to run from some fights of course, so we might still die here and be sent back home. We can't dodge them, so we just have to accept that. I actually find it funny, if you do the 80% run and then try to go into the Eternal Corridor, you have to capture a level 20 minion at level 3. That's really funny. Oh god. Oh, please let me run. Am I gonna have to do this wrong warp again? Oh god, oh, that's probably death. 9. Well, we have to just try and run, we can't... Okay, I might fight the next 2 with army. How many recovery items do we have? We have 3 of these, but then only 2 regular heals. I would rather run and just get the run, if I'm honest. I'd rather be able to run away. But if we fail to get the escape, then we'll fight them. We will fight them if we can't get the escape, because I don't want to have to try. I don't have to go back through this again. Thank you, game. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your mercy on me. Oh, I always hate that last screen where you can't dodge the enemies and you just have to accept it. Okay. Just Delphinel and Kashidra now. Our MVP is our level 21 Arbitron. The poor boy who got neglected. Was merged with the Tefei, wasn't in the cool gang with the Mardregs. Didn't get to level up as quickly as the others. Stronger by like 3 or 4 attack points at 54. Highest speed, highest health. Maybe not highest defense, I don't actually know if it's the highest defense, but he's strong. He's strong. We can drain health from Kashidra fine. Delphinel is the challenge. I think. I think if we clear this boss, we manage to heal all our minions up, then we're fine. We can sacrifice one of our minions here, because we can just revive it. So we will use Mardreg. I would prefer the Arpatron to level up, because Kashidra has high speed. Kashidra's high speed is it's good. I like the music of the summon. There's Delpha now. The screen has to change angles so we can see him. And a part of me wants to show you that that's his God, we do so little damage to him. Part of me wants to show you that the Drain HP does less damage than the regular attack, but oh my god, this does so little. We are going to be relying on extra turns here. Okay, I will actually show it. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, it doesn't do much. Yeah, it looks pretty similar, but I think that's just because the length of his health bar, but like statistically, it's better for me to use. I will try to use these to gain extra, because the more attacks we survive, right? I'm okay with Mardreg dying. I think I'd prefer him to use his Flesh to Stone attack though. I think that would do less damage to us. Oh, crit. I didn't even know that was... Sorry, I've never watched Delphinel's animation for that. See, yes, do that. Do more of that. Oh, he heard our request. We don't want him to do too much of that, though. Because if he does loads of it, then we run into a different problem. Which is that we don't want our Arpatrons turned into stone. That would not be good for us. But we are gonna sacrifice Mardreg. We're gonna let it die. You know what? I'm fine with that. That's probably one additional attack. Never mind. Delphinel blocked us. And Mardreg is gone. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to switch to our level 20 Arpatron. Who's also air. Oh, this is stressful. Delphinel has so much health. We do so little damage. Extra 10? Yes. I'm worried about Flesh to Stone now. This will do more damage to us, I think, than Flesh to Stone. But Flesh to Stone gives us a fixed amount of turns before we're killed. We like Stomp, we like Stomp. Stomp is not Flesh to Stone. I'll be sad if we get a double turn. We do. Because we don't have any mana to recover. But I'll take that, I'll take that. If this one will get turned to stone... What are you doing, Delphinel? He is in the mood to stomp on our Arpatron. And we get another double. Okay, we get a lot of double turns with Arpatrons. That's very good to know. I don't know if it's every other turn that we get 2 attacks, but that's very good that we get so many extra turns. I'd rather he do a different attack so we can find out, but not the... I want him to do the magic. Okay, never mind. I asked for too much. Oh, come on. this Arbitron gets turned to stone, we will revive it with Levant. We have to block here because I can't have Levant get hit by this. We might switch to our... Do I switch to... I think I might switch to our heavy hitter. We still have the Tendai, we can revive the Mardrag. Oh god, Delphinel. You are terrifying. A part of me just wants to get the... I think Arbitron has enough health that I don't think I care. I think I just let him stomp me. It's a bit of a risk for me to take, but... Yeah, there you go, we have so much health on this Arbitron. And I'm okay with this Arbitron getting the kill on Delphinel. In fact, I'm fine with this Arbitron getting all of the kills. It's got so much power to it. Okay, that doesn't do too much. How much do we... And do we get extra turns is the second part. I think this will only take this Arbitron to level 22. It would definitely be beneficial to use another minion to kill Earth Boss. To get another level 21. But I'm worried that if I switch to Levant, that Levant will die. But I want the Mardrag to get the kill. So we'll revive Mardrag. Yeah, we can use that to fully heal our minions. God, Delphinel's scary. And that does a lot of damage. We've got the Mardrag, so I think we've cleared Delphinel. I think it's just, yeah, okay. I think it's just better use of our EXP to level up the Mardrag as well. I think... Got another one. Yes, they both level. So if our strong Arbitron had killed both of them... Okay, that Mardrag, the air Mardrag, has a lot higher defense. Oh god, we don't have any... We can't heal Levant. So we need to act before Kishidra does. Oh boy. But our air Mardrag has a higher defense than our high damage Arbitron. But our high damage Arbitron has more health. But I think Delphinel's the hard one. I think, unless Kishidra, like, attacks us immediately. Which they could do. At which point we just die. And we have to get back here. And we have to use that wrong warp because we wrong warped earlier. Can't get here without doing the wrong warp. Then I think we're alright, and I think we've done it. Especially with the level 22 minion. Level 22 is very high. The Arbitron is very much so the MVP of this run. For clearing Delphinel like that. Well, I say like that. The Mardrag got half done. Which I'm very impressed by, considering he doesn't have that special attack. Because that's the other thing, that's why our Arbitron's so strong with that plus 10% damage to special attacks. That Mardrag doesn't have that. It has a higher attack than our air Arbitron, which may speak to something. But Like, in terms of it being, it's a good minion, right? Mardrag is a good minion. But that Arbitron's just gonna do so much more damage. Of course, we don't care what element Kashidra dies in, because we have no elemental attacks to use anyway. Okay, here we go. Please give Levant a turn. Kashidra, do not hit me. I have 2 speed items expressly for the purpose of you not hitting me. Expressly for the purpose. Thank you. Right, we'll go straight into the stronger Mardrag. We have 2 air minions. 1 water. We'll still pace ourselves by only healing when we actually have life to lose. I'd have preferred a physical attack. I am aware that Kashidra, very much so as usual, will be able to block our attacks, especially from a Mardrag. Oh, it does so much damage. We are very much so putting everything on the line here. We can't... Using magic against my Mardrag is very offensive. Use physical attacks against the Mardrag. Use magic ones against the Arbitron or something. So our Arbitrons can be 999, by the way, is max health, so our Arbitron's actually getting up there. Yeah, so we'll use... Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to do much. I just don't want to drain health when it doesn't benefit us to drain health. So we got magic defense up, remember, from the Gyral does that as well. So that's what I like to say. Now if we get Kashidra to stay in this element for a long time, then we'll get more out of it. Our worry is that we do not want... what we do not want is Kashidra to heal. Fuck. Sorry, pardon my language. Pardon my language, Kashidra healed. Oh, why you do this? Fine with we're fine with laser. We're not fine with blocks. So it'd be a bit past half right now. I think we use Mardrag until Mardrag dies, then we switch to the other Arbitron. Use physical? Yeah, that does less than the magic to us. Sorry, I'm stressed by this. Oh, come on, Kashidra, stop it. I think it's pertinent to change to this Arbitron now. He's a bit flat. We may have to give this another go to just as a consequence of Kashidra heals. That heal may be the difference between whether or not we can successfully kill Kashidra. If they heal again, that's almost definitely the difference. I think if Kashidra heals twice, we can't kill him. But if Kashidra heals once, then we should be able to. We do not do a lot of damage to him. We do a bit, but the drain HP damage is nowhere near as much. Sorry, no, it's so much higher, rather. So much higher. Heal again. That's a bit much for us to compete with. Yeah, laser was fine, but I don't think we have any hope of defeating Kashidra when naive. So I thought Delphina was, like, theoretically the hardest. But I think if Kashidra didn't heal the first time, like, just didn't heal the first time, then I think they'd have already died. I think we would have already killed them. In honesty. But we're out of... We've had so many Kashidra blocks, and so many... Yeah, just so many Kashidra blocks and so many, heals. I think we're just out of luck here. I think even if we manage to kill Kashidra, which I'll be honestly impressed by, I don't know if we have enough health left to take down Chosen One. But this has been a terrible Kashidra fight. See, I thought we were fairly lucky to take down Delphina. And I think I can still say with confidence that this fight is possible. I think it just matters that Kashidra does not heal themselves. Look at that little bar move, tiny bit. Okay, laser, that's gonna kill Arptron. MVP is dead. We will switch to... Martrek, why not? See, now Kashidra's healed twice. I just want to point that one out. We might have a third heal on our hands as well. Okay, we don't have a third. I accept that Mardreg dies. If Kashidra now switches to Earth, we have a sliver of hope. And it requires that this Arpatron take down Kashidra. And then probably gives their life. So this Arpatron has to kill Kashidra. Then dies to Chosen One. We use the turn to revive the MVP Arpatron, which then kills Chosen One. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know if we're gonna get it. Okay, Kashidra is dead. Oh my god, this is so stressful. Okay, we are relying on the Chosen One's attack. Sadly, this Arpatron must give their life. Unless they want to be the little Arpatron that could. Almost certainly have to give their life so that we can revive the other Arpatron. Okay, they've both blocked now. Levant has to survive an attack. If If Levant can survive one attack, oh god, this is so... okay. I'm so... okay, this is stressful. Kashidra healing twice, potentially healing a third time. We've lost so much time to that, but I think we've done it. I think we've done it. It'd be kind of a lot for us to lose her. We did it. We did it. Jade Cocoon, but I can't use any elemental attacks. And sadly, that Arpatron, the lone survivor. We could have 2 level 23s, because that's the level of Kashidra and the Chosen One. But the lone Arpatron, 57, Jesus, has done it. We've gotten there. Let's be real. That Air Arpatron saved our run. By not missing those attacks on Kashidra, it saved our run, and we managed to do it. And Mardrake was very useful as well, undeniably. It's probably stronger if you do indeed use 3 Arpatrons, and then merge them with Mardrakes to power them up. Probably, not 100% sure. 50 attack, 53. The other Mardrake, of course, is 1 level higher. 40 speed to 38 to 44. You can sort of see how much stronger that Arpatron is. It is now many levels higher, though, of course. But we have done it. We have beaten the game. Without a minion using any elemental attacks, without Levant using any seals, and without our minions casting any magic spells. No healing. Like, no healing magic either, of course. No defensive spells. Nothing. Just non-elemental stuff. All the way through. Every boss defeated without using an elemental attack. We will let the credits play out. I like to let the credits play out. It relieves the tension. Makes me feel relaxed after all the stress of that Kashidra fight. That fight would have... if Kashidra didn't heal, right, all 3 of our minions would have survived. Even if Kashidra only healed once, all of our minions would have probably survived. But it's because Kashidra healed that second time that absolutely destroyed our run. Well, it didn't destroy the run, we still did it. We still did it. And it is indeed possible. It involves a lot of capturing the same minion over and over again. At least in the route that I'd planned and executed. But the point is that you can do it. You don't need elemental attack advantage. Elemental defensive advantage, probably necessary. I don't think I could beat Tuturus with wind minions. I might be able to do it with earth. In fact, I think it's very doable with earth.
When the 4 divine barriers are dispelled, the power of light and darkness shall usher in the time of gathering. Kumari and Kaya, the guardian deities of light and darkness, shall be released by the twin dragons of Kemu. The chosen ones of light and darkness shall meet, and only then will the accursed ones be granted repose. And man shall obtain yet another fruit of knowledge, but it shall bear the seeds of responsibility.
I think the fruit of knowledge this time is that elements are overrated and you don't need them. But to be fair, I would quite like them. This would be so much easier if you did. Well, again, you know the any percent speedrun, you don't need anything beyond, you know, 2 minions of the right elements and you can clear the whole game. We did beat every boss. We did intentionally go out of our way to fight every boss. There was no benefit to fighting the wind boss. We didn't even... I mean, I guess we gained a level. We gained a level on one minion, which we could have replaced with a spiral fight and that would have done the same thing. And we wouldn't really gain anything. There's loads of fights that we did we wouldn't gain anything from. Like, we could have skipped all the poachers and just done the Shulya strat by having Levant tank the damage and then had a minion kill the Shulya, then use, you know, and then he'll do it again. Or at least I'd hope. I don't know if if a level 3 Mardreg... Well, it wouldn't be level 3 because we had to defeat Kikinak. Yeah, they should out DPS a Shulya. So this is where I'd normally say what we could have done to improve the run. A better Kashudra fight, obviously. If you want to get the time down, don't fight every boss. We probably did some unnecessary merging. We don't necessarily need to have our Arpatrons perfectly immune to Tourist Drain. I just thought it would be very useful if we had 2 which were. You probably want 1 that is, but maybe not 2, so that would save you 2 captures of a squirrel. You also might be able to do it with level 13s rather than level 14s. That Mardreg did not need to be level 14. That is one thing I will say. That Mardreg didn't need to be level 14. So that's probably... that saves you a bit. But yeah, I would say that was a very successful run. We managed to... we managed to do it. And game clock says... 3 hours 33. My timer says 4 hours 53. So that clock is very much so incorrect. It's an hour out of time. Where does that time go? Where does it come from? Anyway. Thank you all for watching. I will continue to do more of these runs. If any of you want to see any specific challenge runs, let me know in the comments. And I will see you all again soon. Thank you very much for watching.